am the Ronan Pawn, and the president's a rapist. Welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Your only source for this, because we're not doing it on YouTube anymore. I cannot believe how easy it was to start up this live stream. Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys, shut up. Oh my god, you guys. Hang on. And then we get that in the corner, and then I put it away, and then we just sit here for a second. Oh my god, to just start up a live stream without having to go to YouTube, and then to Twitch, and then into the software that's the OBS, and then but the Stream Elements multi-streaming, and then back over to YouTube in order to release it, and then copy-paste all the links into the Discord service that I could... Oh my god. We're live streaming. And I managed to do it before Thursday was technically out in the U.S. Eastern Time Zone, and so you can't say that I didn't do a Thursday live stream, because I did. In fact, fuck it. Thanks for coming on, everybody. Pawn out. Oh, and the president's a rapist. Okay, let's play some... Let's, you know what? Clustertruck's fun to play. Why don't we do that? We could do that. So, we've been working on our any % grind, lately. Trying to get back up to snuff, up to speed, up to, the towers of power, where it doesn't matter how many children you molest or human beings you eat, apparently. The shit that I'm hearing tangentially. Being someone who who tries to stay away from the day-to-day grind of the drama sphere, that is everything now. You know, in the post-social media age, just absolutely everything is gotta be as much a hot take as it could possibly be. But you know, it's a good era to be in, I guess, for that sort of a thing, because you really don't have to make anything up, you know? Usually, if you were just a drama mill, you know, a lot of the time you'd just be sort of taking something that's not a big issue and turning it into something else, right? That's how you do it. These days you just don't have to, you know, these drama churners. All they have to do is open the paper, turn on the news, just read the president's latest tweet, you know, and boom, you got content for the next couple of weeks. My big thing is, oh, Kenneth's here. What if he wasn't a rapist? Would you still be the Ronan Pawn? I mean, I don't know. You know, in another timeline where Donald Trump isn't, I mean, here's the thing. If in a timeline where Donald Trump isn't evil, then he wouldn't be rich, right? So it's a big change, because as we clearly know, all rich people are evil. There's no way to become rich without being evil. It's a requisite of the position. It's how you get the money. Where does the money come from? Well, you take it from other people. It's somebody else's money that they earned with their labor, and then you come along and you say, I'd like to be rich. What if I took a significant portion of the money that your labor has created? Okay? And hear me out here, because I think this could be a good idea for me. If I took a significant portion of the money that your labor has created, and I just put it in my pocket instead of yours. And I did that, imagine, with like hundreds, maybe thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people. Huh? I just took the profit that you created, and I call it mine, even though it's clearly not. What if that? So you have to be rich, you have to be evil to be rich. So if you're saying, if Donald Trump wasn't a rapist, would I still be the Ronan? Well, we'd be in a different universe, we'd be in an alternate timeline. I think we'd be in the timeline where, if I recall in my multiversal studies, where Al Gore became the president instead of George W. Bush. I think that's the timeline. That's where it all diverged for us, in case you were wondering. When did we enter the bad place? The bad timeline? Shoot. It was when Al Gore decided to go ahead and just, you know, gracefully step down in the race for the president of the United States of America after he appears to have won. But he went ahead and gave it over to G.W. Bush, then G.W. Bush, by which I mean Dick Cheney, took office, and then September 11th happened, and then the response that we got wasn't from, you know, a human being, like Al Gore. It was from a fucking demon monster sent to us from hell, which isn't George W. Bush. George W. Bush is just a, you know, alcoholic whose daddy had a lot of money. But Dick Cheney is the demon sent to us from hell, who's, you know, just so happened to have some real financial stakes into whether or not America was involved in a great big war, and was part of an organization that had a plan that was planning to find a reason to invade Iraq. They had literally written it down on a public fucking website. And then, hey, you know, the towers fell, and Iraq didn't have anything to do with it, but what if instead, what if we took all of this energy that the American people have for, you know, going and getting some vengeance, and we just directed it at some innocent people? What if we did that? What if, you know, not to say Saddam was innocent, but, you know, the Iraqis who were put into, military prison camps for 3 years without trial, they actually were just trying to live their fucking lives before before Dick Cheney came along. That's where we diverged, in case you were wondering. When did we enter the bad timeline? So your question, Kenneth, to come back to it, I'm just looping around trying to get to the point. If Donald Trump weren't a rapist, would I still be the Ronin pawn? I don't know. It's entirely possible that I would still be a monk in a Zen Buddhist monastery. It's possible that I wouldn't have entered the Buddhist monastery because the George W. Bush era wouldn't have happened. I wouldn't have been, you know, pushed into a place psychologically where I had to, like, make a choice about what do I do while I'm watching the Constitution be, you know, somebody wipe their ass with it and the American people just kind of let them. What do I do here? That pressure was really part of what made me realize that fuck you people, basically. I guess what I thought at the time wasn't exactly fuck you people. It was more like, you can't fight hate with hate. You've got to fight it with love or some shit. I have refined that position so as to acknowledge that, in fact, the Master's tools are incredibly useful and efficacious at tearing down the Master's house. And to everything turn, there is a season. Turn. Would I still be the Ronin pawn? These are the kinds of thoughts that I've been thinking, though, as we reflect on where we exist in history. I've been thinking about how things just keep getting better, man. You think about it. Oh my God. You know, the September 11th terrorist attack that led into, like, the war on terror, which was really just a war on, you know, freedom, liberty, privacy, the rights of the American people that had been forged across the course of 400 years. Okay, that worked as well. That counted. So that, you know, that was pretty good, right? That was a nice chapter. Good arc, really interesting story. I believe at the end of that, Naruto does become Hokage, so that's cool. So there was, let's see, and that was pretty long, you know, that was kind of, I don't know, you could say 12 years, maybe, probably. Anyway, while that was going on, we had a little bit of a global financial meltdown, 2008. All of the bankers, again, rich people, curiously, evil fuckers, they had put the global housing, well, the American housing market, which was tied very much to global resources and global investors and all that sort of thing. They had assembled it in such a way as to be completely fraudulent, and made it so that, you know, they were trying to build systems where, sure, you may have bought a house, but you won't be able to afford it, and we'll get to, like, claim all of your payments and then claim the house back and then resell it to somebody else. And Who would have known that that would have been a bad idea, you know, in the long run for the American people? It's weird. It's as though when you let rich people just do whatever the fuck is good for them and what they want, Satan, you know, takes a new form on the face of the earth. It's odd. Anyway, there was the 2008 financial crisis, right? What comes next, really? Because the 2008 financial crisis went until... I mean, I own my home in Detroit because of it. And I bought in 2016. The housing market didn't recover until about 2016. Well, 2017, 2018. I got in on the last wave of, hey, this was in bankruptcy because, you know, everything was. But yeah, at least 2008, 2012, definitely. But the crisis itself went on for... I mean, it's still going on. The fact is, you can't get the kind of generational wealth that was lost back. The people who lost it, the real people of the United States of America, the non-rich, the non-demons is what I'm saying. They can't actually recover that lost wealth. So actually, when you look at that global economic crisis, the people who caused it, the rich motherfuckers, are doing fine these days. In fact, they're making more money than they've ever made before. However, the American people, and really the peoples of the world, they don't get back what their families took generations in order to build. And yeah, there's been no recovery from that. What is the number? There's a 2 and a 4%. I remember from reading a Congressional Budgetary Office report about this stuff. I don't just say things. I actually know what I'm talking about. I think it was about, like, American wealth. This is 2019 CBO report on American wealth. Where does it come from? Who's got it? And interesting things that the CBO found. Number one is that American wealth does not come from labor. You do not, in the course of your lifetime, you do not generate wealth by working. So if you think that you're going to go out and conquer the world and make the money and you know, have some wealth and stuff like that, that is a pipe dream. It is not how the world actually works. It's not how this country actually works. It is not a meritocracy, just so we're clear. What actually it is an inheritance-based oligarchy of power structures that have been in place since, you know, the days of the kings and queens of ye olde lands. It's the same people now as then, you know, their descendants and stuff like that in the positions of power. But importantly, what the CBO found is that wealth in America comes from inheritance. It does not come, it comes from inheritance, which is usually property, usually the house that your parents pass down to you when they're all gone. When they're done using it, like someday you will be too. I'm trying to brighten everybody's day here. It's a late night live stream, trying to put you to bed with some lovely thoughts. You too will die someday, and then your house will go somewhere, and maybe it'll go to someone who, you know, maybe you'll have a family past, and maybe you won't. I say that as a man who is not having any children. Just so we're clear. Whoa! Look at that one. Pay attention now, and you'll do it right. That's not quite right, but it's close. Yeah, I had. You want to go like that, I think. A little bit earlier than I have been. Is that right? Having it at a bit of a diagonal seems to help get the kind of hit that I want. Yeah, something like that. So wait, our wealth building is off the labor of someone who died for us to get wealth. Yeah, basically. In wealth in the United States of America comes from inheritance. It comes from what you receive. The money that you earn in your lifetime will be spent on living. It's not wealth. It is just you providing the cost of your living. This is statistically, mathematically accurate realities as determined by, you know, the federal government itself in considering the the situation of the American populace. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? I'm looking at where the truck is spawning, and I'm wondering why. If I go further over, throw it there. Yeah, that's not right. See how it's spawning down in the crotch of the tree? It's right here every time. So what am I doing to cause that? And what is it that I want to do to make it more consistent? Like, if I could figure out exactly what needs to happen on this, instead of, you know, having a vague idea. Like, if I just come in here and do what I usually do, then we will get, you know, something in the first 3 tries, but I shouldn't have to try 3 times, and we do also get into these loops where it's like, I can't get anything. Where the hell did it go? What's the problem here? But yeah, so this is, you know, it's an important reality of American finance, or American, you know, yeah, the economy of just being a person in this country that really needs to be recognized, because it's pretty important then, I don't know, effects of slavery, oppression, you know, poverty maintained in certain communities and not given any help across the generations. The benefits that white Americans have had at various times through this country's history that non-white Americans have not had at various times through this country's history means that they are not in a position to actually hold wealth that they can pass on to someone, which is the way that wealth is, you know, that's how wealth works in the United States of America. It's generational. And if your generations weren't allowed to acquire wealth, well then, you don't have any, and you ain't gonna get any either. You don't really, statistically speaking, mathematically, these aren't opinions, this is the findings of the CBO. You can go read the report yourself, Congressional Budgetary Office, 2019, I don't know, wealth of the American household or something like that. You look for it, you'll find it. But yeah, pretty important to know. One, because it dispels all the weird bullshit conservative myths where it's like, oh, you're self-made men and all that kind of shit. That doesn't happen really. Like, sure, there's exceptions to the rules. There's always an exception to the rules in life. But if you're going to comment, you know, you're going to try and design an economy or a political platform on the 1% or the less than 1% of the time, while ignoring the statistical and factual realities, well, then you're gonna, you know, you're founding the Republican Party, I think, is what you're doing there. But you're stupid, is what I'm saying. It's idiotic. It's nonsense. It's just you're selling yourself and others a lie, and probably you're just selling others a lie because you're rich and you want them to, you know, stay in their lane and let you, you know, spend the money that Daddy gave to you. You have decided that, you know, someone decided long ago that you were part of the lineage that gets to rule the world, and you're happy with that situation. No need to change things. Let's tell the American people that the way that wealth is built is you go out and you work hard and you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, which is a complete fucking lie, mathematically, statistically, economically speaking. It's just not the case. Yeah, I wanted to come in from the other side just to... Yeah, I didn't think so. Now that's a fun one. Whoa, that was so close. Now if I'm flat with the truck, you see that? I'm throwing it flat with the truck and right in line with the wheels of it now. That's a little bit too far forward. There's a consistency here. There's a couple of moving parts to do on this, and one is like, where are you, what's your position on the truck when you throw this, but the other one is your pause timing. You gotta pause on the right frame. To get launched up. So sometimes shit stops working and it's like you're telling yourself, but I'm perfectly aligned, what could the problem possibly be? And the problem be that your pause timing is bad, that you're doing the right click at a moment that doesn't really work out for the pause. You're throwing and you're pausing at the wrong interval. So I have to bear that in mind, too. I don't know, I was just doing this to warm up. There's like... I would like to see that I've got it, like, in the bag. So that if we come in here on a good run, it'll just come in. But we just did it for 20 minutes. And, I don't know, it's still a crapshoot, so fuck it. We gotta actually run the game. What were we saying? So wealth is a product of inheritance, and so the 2008 financial crisis is a thing that basically lost America, 2% of America, which, by the way, 2% sounds like a very small amount, 2% of 360 million. So, you know, like 7 or 8 million people. Lost wealth in a way, lost their generational wealth in a way that they just don't get back. And these are the, you know, the people living at the bottom of the economic hierarchy, who managed to barely, who their families over the course of generations managed to barely scrape enough together, enough resources, enough financial, enough societal clout in many of these, in order to acquire actual real property that the country didn't want them to have, in many instances, depending on which cultural groups we're talking about. And thanks to bankers in 2008, that is gone, and it doesn't come back, and there's nothing really that you can do about it. You know, the people who don't have those resources now will not have those resources, and you know, the gains will have to be remade incredibly slowly, like they were in the first fucking place. It's having your house burned down without insurance is what happened to everybody in 2008. But you know, there was no fire. There was just greedy rich people eating children and molesting them. And wait, what part are we talking about? Sorry, that's a little. No, that's another headline. That we're coping with right now. Right. Yeah. But yeah, so I was, before I got tangented there, before I tangented myself, I was building a list. I was saying, like, we started out with, you know, terrorist attack in 2001 that led into a massive nonsense war campaign against people that didn't actually have anything to do with it, and also there was no justification for the, you know, oh, but we thought that they had, yeah, they didn't have weapons of mass destruction, and by the way, the people who were in power at that moment had declared that they wanted to do that, well before they had the power to do it, or the situation, so that led into that, and then, you know, the next big thing that I recall anyway, would be the financial crisis, 2008, 2012, and then locally, I like to refer back to 2014 to 2018 here in the city of Detroit, on top of the housing market bubble burst financial crisis that Wall Street caused for, you know, actual people, not demons. On top of that, in the city of Detroit, where I am, a fellow by the name of Duggan came into power as the mayor, And at about the time that he came into power as the mayor, wouldn't you know it, the city of Detroit just so happened to start overtaxing homeowners illegally. They were taxing homeowners at a rate that is literally made illegal by the state of Michigan's constitution, and they did that for 4 years, for 2014 to 2018, and it even kept going on a little bit afterwards. But those were the main years, and in the course of those years, according to the Metro Times, a print article, journalistic print article here in the Detroit area local, Detroit Metro Times, according to them, about 100,000 mostly black Detroiters lost their homes, lost their generational wealth. That generational wealth that we've established, it doesn't come back. It takes, as the name suggests, takes generations in order to generate that wealth. You don't get it back by working. You don't get it back by pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. Once someone has stolen your generational wealth, the way that Wall Street did, the way that the rich people did, the way that Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, all of them are as responsible as anyone. They are part of the class, the ruling class, that benefited by this while you and I were getting fucked by it. What was I saying? Well, you were in the something and they're responsible, and while that was going on in Detroit, they were doubling down on it, and a bald white man who a bald old rich old white bastard who had no business ever being like the guy in the city of Detroit. The city of Detroit is 80% black. And you're telling me that there wasn't a, black leader who could have taken office here? Like, it matters. You want to play the reverse racism card. It matters in this world and in this country that in an 80% black city, there still ends up being a rich, fat, old white guy ruling over the black population, as though his situation has anything to do with their situation, as though this man is. And it also sends the message that there's, you just can't find a black person who can lead the way that he can. It's fucked up, is what I'm saying. It never should have been. Woo, that was close. And wouldn't you know it, his plan and the city council's plan while he was in office, while he was in power, for, saving the city of Detroit, was to gentrify the city of Detroit, to basically replace Detroit's poor black population, the post-slavery ghetto population of Detroit, with young, rich, white, middle class, well-to-do white young people, by making Detroit into a kind of a Moulin Rouge for Michigan's Oakland County, which is one of the richest counties in the nation, and it's just a couple minutes north, really, from the border of Detroit. And so we have places like Rochester Hills and Lake Orion and Oxford and just well-to-do areas in general, Clarkston, that spend their weekends down at Detroit's casinos, having a little fun with their excess resources that they have out there. While the city of Detroit was overtaxing property owners so badly that it's made illegal by the Constitution of the state of Michigan, in a city where there's only about 700,000 people still living here. It might have been 600,000 back in 2014. Managed to overtax people to the point where 100,000 of them lost their homes, lost their generational wealth to what are now, like, you look back, you say, so you were taxing us at a rate that we couldn't pay, and then you used the the fact that we couldn't pay the illegal taxes as an excuse to, you know, kick us out of our own homes. Okay, but now we know it's illegal, so do we get our homes back? Oh, you silly black people. No, actually, is the answer. You don't get your homes back. We're going to go ahead and keep the money, and we're going to go ahead and keep the, well, it's not so much that we're keeping the homes. The deal is, we gave your home to, you know, some 20-something, you know, white kid from the suburbs who's, you know, trying to get into the tech sector is what we did there. So we can't give it back. We've already sold it. And in fact, the truth is that the white kid from the suburbs trying to get into the tech sector, he doesn't even actually own it. He's renting it from the foreign investors that we truly sold it to. Anyway, also, another circumstance that arises a lot is we can't give your home back to you, even though you're still living in it, and you're just going to have to continue paying rent to the person who we did sell your home to out from underneath you via this illegal scheme. Hi, I'm Mayor Duggan. I'll be running for Congress, I hear. Federal, for the Senate or something like that. Duggan wants to go after his success as the mayor of Detroit. He wants to now go up to the big league, where he can really do some work to fuck over the real people in this country. So, yeah, I think he's proved himself, and he's proved who his alliances, where his alliances lie to the right people, and now he's ready for the big show, is what it sounds like. Anyway, you know, did you like Kamala, says Whaleman? No. About the time that she was, I think they have, when she was, you know, performing fellatio to the war criminal in front of the cameras. That was about the time when I said, "Hey, I think this lady, I think this lady might be actually on the wrong side of things here. I don't know if this genocide backing bitch, if this Israel's right to defend itself while 100,000 Palestinians are murdered, motherfucker, is really the right person. I don't know if I can reasonably vote for someone who's using the podium of the presidency to recontextualize the murder of civilians, the targeted murder of a civilian population as, and I quote, Israel's right to defend itself. Defended itself from United Nations aid workers, defended itself from journalists, defended itself from 50, 60,000 children, and Kamala was there to say, hey, this is morally correct, this is right, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide Israel the moral backing of the United States of America. I'm going to provide cover by making this, trying to sell it to the American people as something that's just fine. It's just, hey, this is just, it's nothing. Don't, even though it's an election year, don't talk to me about it either. We'll silence you if you try and bring this up at in a place where I'm speaking. Yeah, no, that bitch was not really my bitch. I don't fucks with Kamala. Couldn't, and honestly, the 98% of the American populace who did vote for genocide, who voted for these people, you voted to support a genocide. I don't care what you're telling yourself, oh, it wasn't on the ballot. Really? There weren't any other names on the ballot? It was just Genocide A or Genocide B? Because I found another name on my ballot, and I voted for that one. You didn't. You voted for a genocide. And whatever it is that you think you were trying to prevent, I want you to weigh it against 100,000 dead, 150,000 casualties, and 90% of all, you know, livable and all structures in Gaza just entirely destroyed. You've seen the pictures. That's what you voted for. You said these are the people you want in power. This is what you want to happen. That's what you did. Okay? And I bring that up because I want you to go ahead and never do it again. I want you to go ahead and acknowledge, holy shit, look what I decided to vote for, and didn't even get it if you voted for Kamala. Like, you're like trying to do this little blood bargain where it's like, oh, well, you know, if Trump gets in, it's going to be really bad for certain other marginalized groups too, so I'm gonna vote against the you know, lives, the right to exist of these 100,000 people over here, because I'm putting on the other side of the scale, what exactly? I would like you to explain what exactly it is that you were putting on the other side of the scale that managed to, you know, outweigh the whole I'm supporting a genocide thing. I really want you to review your own actions and just do better in future. Because if you think that it was... If you think that it was okay, or it was like, well, it was the best we could do, or something like that, if you really fucking, holy goddamn, if you think that, my next question for you would be, so what won't you vote for? At what point, like, if genocide wasn't the line, if the Democratic Party and its presidential candidates can be loudly and proudly supporting genocide, and not just, like, talking about it, let's be clear, it wasn't just that they were, like, you know, saying stuff in press conferences. They voted, they all provided the material, they gave the missiles and the bombs, they sent $1 billion, they approved $1 billion of missiles and bombs and guns for Israel, while Israel was using the last $1 billion of missiles and bombs and guns to target and murder children. It was not an accident. They were not trying to hit Hamas and just accidentally hit 50, 60,000 children. Accidentally, oh, I was trying to get to those thousands, about 1,000, 2,000 Hamas soldiers, and, well, wouldn't you know it, look who got in the way. Every single Palestinian in Gaza. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. You know, I'll write you a pass if you were too goddamn motherfucking stupid to know. Then okay. If that's somehow, you know, the argument that you want to make, that you were just too goddamn stupid to understand what you were voting for, or what it meant, or, you know, what was going on at the time. If you're just, you know, a humble 70 IQ kind of person, then hey, you know, we've all got our limitations. It's not your fault. You did the best that you could do. If you do have two brain cells to rub together for warmth in winter, and you knew what you were doing, and you made that bargain, boy, what the fuck's wrong with you? How do you think, you know, the question, another one of the questions I want to ask to those who think that it's okay that they voted to support genocide backers, oh fuck, that's not going now. I spent all of my lev just getting up to the top of the hill. How do you think we come to live in a world where the Democratic Party thinks that it can actually get away with supporting a genocide in an election year? The blood of Palestine is on your hands in so many ways if you voted for these people, because it's also like your weak-willed spinelessness, your willingness to turn every election into a we've got to defeat the other guys thing, and the latest ones into, you know, nothing more than Orange Man bad bullshit. And to the point where you will overlook a fucking genocide that your people that you're voting for are supporting. This is how we get the world that we live in. This is how we get the nation that we're, you know, coping with today. Holy God, I gotta reset and do it again because it was too good. This is how we get these political powers. What the fuck, man? I got two of them straight away. They were both a little weird and wonky. Here's one. There we go. Nice warm-up run. We got pretty deep before I started. We got all the way to hell before I started losing major time. So that's really good to get to 9-2 and have 10 seconds there. the world that we come to live in has everything to do with your willingness to accept certain things. You know, these political parties, the Democratic Party, wouldn't have ever considered supporting Israel while it was doing a genocide. And by the way, supporting Israel, we're talking about, like, if you're trying to minimize this in your head somehow and say, they weren't just at the podium giving them moral support. They weren't just sending another $1 billion of weapons. You're going to tell yourselves, well, they already had the weapons they were using. That was like, you know, future weapons. So it doesn't. That was a package for defense in the future. So whatever it is you're trying to justify, shit. Where am I? What was my point with the? I'm getting there. I'm doing a lot of things right now, all at once, and making this commentary. Fuck, what's the other? The other aspect of that is that your elected people, your Joe Biden, your Kamala Harris, your fucking DNC that you think so highly of, the people in the blue ties, were the ones in power at the time and the ones who were giving the orders to block the United Nations from resolutions to stop the genocide, from resolutions to shut Israel down, to cut Israel off, to say that there's going to be consequences, and if you keep this up, then this is that and the other thing. The United States of America was the vote that continuously shut down the United Nations efforts to stop a genocide. And when I say the United States, I'm talking about Joseph fucking Biden and Kamala Harris and your Democratic Party that you somehow convince yourself are the good guys. They're wearing the blue ties. Blue's the softer color, so clearly they've got to be the good guy. They are not. Listen, if they're supporting a genocide, and you can use this as a litmus test in future if you need. If you're really confused by this situation, here's a simple rule that you can keep in your back pocket. Write this down in a wallet, put it in your wallet, keep it along with you for reference at all times. If they're backing a genocide, they're the bad guys. Okay? I personally feel that America's relationship with Israel is so, strong. We have such, Israel's basically, their survival as a nation has long hinged on having allies of power elsewhere. They are surrounded on all sides by people who really don't think that they have a right to continue existing. Certainly after, they took all of someone else's land and then murdered all of the people that, which is a history, by the way, if you read the Bible. That is, it's not the first time. The people who you're voting for and who you're saying are, who in your head are the good guys, and you're like, we're coming in the midterms, vote, vote, vote! I see you out there, talking about how bad Trump is, and sure enough, sure as shit he is. He's fucking awful. He's hideous. He's everything that we knew he was gonna be. But he's also somehow not as bad as you all make him out to be. He's a friggin' rapist and a child molester, and apparently a very probable, a cannibal? He's just a rich guy, and that's just what rich people do, apparently. Like all the things that we're hearing from the Epstein files, and then all the things we already knew from, his own declarations and, recordings on camera and things that he's said over the years, and also the trials that have found him guilty of sexually assaulting people in, department stores and things like that. He is all of those things, and yet somehow that, centrist Democrat voting liberal has managed to make him even worse than he is, which is how could you be worse than this? And yet, you've done it. I don't know how. I think because... Hey, somebody's giving me money while I'm doing a rant like this? I think because, he spends so much of his time making threats and stuff like that. He's a big braggart. And he'll start something on Tuesday and he'll forget that he was doing it by Thursday. But the drama mills in the media love to just take this shit and just run with it like it actually happened, I'm still hearing about Greenland, and my question is, so what happened there? You know, did we attack Greenland? Did we own Greenland now? Are we at war with Greenland? Did we capture anybody's president, and, you know, did we overthrow anybody's sovereign democracy? Or was that just a thing that he said, and it's kind of gone? Because we're still hearing about it, like, and the Greenland thing, and it's like, yeah, he does that though. Like, he just wakes up in the morning, and I think he's got maybe like one of those little calendars. It's like a word-a-day calendar, except for it's like learning the nations of the world. And so part of his handler's training routine for, like, a man who has clearly no political or, you know, global awareness, just lives in a surreality. Part of his training routine, the way that they're trying to get him to learn the nations of the world, is to just have him wake up and every day make a threat of war against one nation. You look at the calendar and it says Argentina, and you go, all right, you call a press conference up, and this is how he learns it. Argentina. And then he goes in front of the press and he's like, we're going to overthrow Argentina. And his handlers are like, good, Don, good. You said it, those are the syllables, just like we practiced. I gotta reset this run. We've lost too much time. Even though we're only 10 seconds behind, we should be 10 seconds. One mock subscribed for 47 months, but hey, new ballroom at the White House. Yeah, see, there's an upside. And, you know, I was thinking, since he's, renamed the Kennedy Center after himself, I was angry at that at first, but then I thought, you know what? He can have it so long as somebody shoots him too. Then it makes sense to me. Then I'll be happy with it. You can go ahead and just. I'm actually as a, you know, I would like to think of myself as a comedian, even though clearly my priorities have like, I'm not an entertainer. First, you know, I'm just too goddamn committed. What the hell? How did... yeah, no. I was like, there's no way that's correct. The live split fucked up there. It was on the wrong level. We have to start over because live split thought we were on 1.5 when we were on 1.4. I'm disappointed as an entertainer and a comedian who clearly does not value entertainment and comedy as much as other things, because, like, I chase off audiences, I, you know, destroy my career, saying the things that I say, because it's apparently more important for me to you know, be talking about, if I'm gonna make jokes, I'm gonna make jokes about the things that I feel need to be said. So what I'm saying is, as some kind of comedic entertainer, whatever fucking brand you'd call this, I am disappointed at the lack of, like, the actual things being said. The name of this live stream, in case somehow you didn't catch it, is "The President's a Rappist," because you can't use the word rapist. And the fact that I've said it aloud several times here means that when this VOD goes to YouTube, not that it was going to get recommended anyway in the first place, YouTube already knows who I am and what I'm doing. YouTube has, and conveniently, don't you think that Google would have made these decisions? They've decided that in 2026, here's a list of words you can't say, and not be monetized, and if you get demonetized, then you're deplatformed, which is ostensibly just censored. You're not going to reach your audience, or any audience, because the algorithm just isn't going to recommend your video, because there's no money in it, because they took the it's a really cool way to censor people while being able to claim we're just doing the advertiser's will. But anyway, isn't it convenient that in this particular era of the Epstein files, YouTube has decided that you can't say the word rape or rapist, you can't say the word pedophile, you can't say the word child molester. Yeah, just all of the words that the president is right now, you're not allowed to say or else you get demonetized. And what I'm disappointed in is that people are playing along with Google. And that people are playing along in general in the media, that they are not saying these words. And if anything, even like sort of altering their content, I would say. The nature of what we're hearing out there is a little bit different when you're not willing to actually just say what it is. The joke to be made right now is the president is a rapist, which is why I start my live stream up. I say, hello, I am the Ronin Pawn and the president's a rapist. Welcome, we're going to be playing some Minecraft today. We're going to be doing some Clustertruck. That's the joke. Why aren't you telling the joke? Who are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Jesus fucking Christ. Even his own people are like, you know, the schism on the Republican, on the conservative end of politics at this point is pretty fucking wide and deep. It's not really up for debate whether or not Donald Trump is in the Epstein files and whether or not he, a known sexual assaulter, as found by a jury of his peers, and also as testified by his ex-wife in her tell-all book, where she said that she felt as though her husband were raping her when they were having relations. It's not really up for debate whether or not these things happened. We know that they happened. We're very reasonably confident that they happened. And so, like, why is it that the comedians, in the way that they're talking about it, they just won't say the actual words? Just fucking say the words. That's your role in society. You're the entertainer. You're supposed to be, like, you know, making it something that we can all live with, because you're talking about it, because and it's not to like deflate the importance of it, but you know, it's one of those if you don't laugh you'll cry kind of things, and I personally feel very, you know, close to crying, I guess. I don't know, I feel I keep having to talk about it and feel like I'm ruining so much of like the fun that we could be having together on these streams and on various things, just having like good wholesome kind of fun. I keep having, because nobody else is doing it, because I just don't feel it out there. I feel definitely people talking about it, but they're not doing it justice. They're afraid either of retaliation, apparently, as though we don't have, you know, several rights in the Constitution, and if you don't use them, you lose them, especially in an era like this. They're either afraid of retaliation or of just losing their monetization, losing their brand deals and whatnot by talking about this kind of stuff. And it's like, this is what's happening, baby. Get on fucking board. The longer and the more silent that you remain, the more of the blood is on your hands of this era. You know, people need to be calling it out when 98% of the voting populace of the United States of America turns out to support one of two genocide backers. Like, somebody who's got a voice in front of the public needs to fucking say something about that. But I think, you know, the way that you get a voice in the public that people actually listen to is by not saying that. You know, if you're a threat either to people's egos, which is what's going on when you know, call them to task for having supported a genocide, or you're a threat to the, you know, corporate power structures, the global power structures, then you just don't get to have a voice, you know? And it's a really interesting way that we're doing that now in the modern time, instead of just, like, being openly and explicitly, like, censored and stopped from being able to speak, or, you know, imprisoned for your words. We've come up with a system that manages to censor the things that need to be said, while hiding behind, like, commercial viability. It's strange, like capitalist censorship. You could do a video on it. I'll give you an idea for a YouTube video. Just the idea of censorship under capitalism, because that's what we're living through right now. It's an era where nobody is strictly saying, you can't say this. They're just saying, if you do say this, You won't be able to make any money saying this. And wouldn't it be better for you and yours if, you know, when you put a bunch of work into a piece that you're going to publish on one of these media sites, if you could actually turn a fucking dollar at it? Wouldn't it be, if you were remunerated for your labor, wouldn't that be nice? Well, what we're saying is you won't be if you talk about the things that we don't want you to talk about. By which we mean the advertisers, that the advertisers don't want to be associated with. That's it. That's the advertisers, not us. By the way, who are the advertisers? Like, what interests do they represent? What's the... Oh, the rich? The investor class? Oh, hey, the people who are raping children and eating people, apparently. It's crazy. Like, I thought this, like, wasn't Pizzagate like a QAnon fucking thing? Is this now seeping into, like, reality? Are we at the point where the difference between a QAnon conspiracy and what is actually going on is not actually discernible? Like, are we learning from the Epstein files that there actually has been, you know, people eating children, government officials eating people in the back room somewhere, just rich folk being like, you know what, I'm just this powerful to be able to do this, I'm gonna do this. That's what we're really talking about when we're looking at the Epstein files. We're observing not a Republican or a Democrat or a something, you know, one of these problems. It's a rich people problem. And the way that affects our politics is that our politics is entirely, it's rich people stepping forward to lead us, or rather being put forward to lead us. Real people, normal people, aren't allowed. They're not given the opportunity. They can't get the money because it's rich people all the way down there. It's rich people who are taking the seats in the Senate, and it's other rich people who are giving them the money in order to convince people to get the seats in the Senate. How you doing, by the way? Welcome to the show. Hey, new ballroom at the White House. Remember that? That's an upshot. I actually started out to, like, make Jesus fucking Christ, are you kidding me? To make a similar kind of a statement there, and just like, I don't know, things just keep getting worse, right? I don't think this is a perspective problem. I don't think this is well, if you look at things through, you know, darkly tinted glasses, then you're going to see them darkly. I don't think that's the issue here. I think things genuinely do just keep getting worse. I was making my list. I was starting out with, you know, and it's especially sad for people who, you know, are about 10 years younger than I am right now, because they never knew anything but worse. Right? I got the 90s at least, you know? The 90s were pretty fucking good. I mean, yeah, there was another sexual predator rapist in the office, and he was wearing a blue tie instead of a red tie, but we didn't know that. You know, at that time, what we knew about Bill Clinton was that he was involved in consensual marital infidelities with interns at the White House, which was kind of like an open secret about Bill. You know, he had been the governor of Alabama or whatever the fuck it was for a while. And it was kind of an open secret that he's a bit of a hound dog, and that Hillary ain't the only one who he goes to bed with, kind of a thing. But, you know, and that was an outrage at the time. I know I recently made this point, but I'm going to make the point again. That was an outrage, especially to the conservatives, especially to the Republican Party in the 90s, was Bill fucking Clinton, the president of the United States. And what are we hearing about? Spooge on a fucking dress and shit like that. How can our children look up to this man? And now, the same Republican Party has fielded and placed a man, a casino building fucking dens of iniquity, sexual assaulter, rapist, grab him by the pussy, they'll let you do it if you're rich. You know, apparently human being eating. I don't know what's real and what I try not and follow the shit. Okay? So I don't know what's real and what's not, but it sure the shit sounds like the Pizzagate shit is real. That QAnon, like, that was focused on the Democrats, you know, because QAnon, it's a conservative thing, so it was like, the Democrats get together and they eat children or some shit like that. It sounded like maybe that's actually true. It's just, it's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's rich people. Of course it's rich people. They're evil. They're all evil. It's the defining character. You can't be rich and be a good person. If you were a good person, you wouldn't be rich. Simple as that. You wouldn't have the resources that you have acquired if you were the kind of person to share and give and care about other human beings. That's just the way it is. That's gonna die, so I'm gonna do the smart thing and reset a little bit early. Why am I running on it? I had no idea we were 45 seconds behind. I know we've been making little losses here. Wow. Okay, let's reset this. Good God. But yeah, my larger point that I keep getting derailed from because I keep going down the rabbit hole of each horrible thing is that things just keep getting worse. I started out with the World Trade Center attacks, and then Dick Cheney's. It's hard to say George W. Bush when we all know the truth. Dick Cheney's war on Iraq and on the people of the United States of America, which involved you, by the way, permanently losing your right to privacy. The systems that were put into place, warrantless wiretapping systems that monitor everything that you say, they're still in place. After they were found out, after the files were exposed, after, you know, who was it that really, you know, threw themselves on the fire for us all, threw themselves in front of the bus for us all to fetch the information out of the NSA and reveal to the American public what the government had been doing to violate their constitutional rights, and the American public at large kind of just yawned. And now he has to live in Russia, you know, where he's free from persecution in Russia. I don't know if that's still the case. Snowden, that's the name I'm looking for. And so we start there, we move through the 2008 financial crisis, we're coming around eventually to COVID. It's hard to like do a chronological list at this point. It's all just sort of become an amalgam of bad shit that keeps getting worse. We come around to COVID. We've got everybody was breathing fucking Canadian wildfire smoke for the last couple of years here because the planet's on goddamn fire and nobody's doing anything about it. And they keep telling us that, but now we got a solution for it. Then a couple of years later, people like realize or start to tell us, yeah, actually, electric cars are probably have a worse ecological footprint than gas and diesel. Sorry. Yeah. You know that recycling that we've all been doing for 30 years? Yeah, only about like 8 to 12% of what you think is getting recycled is getting recycled. It's mostly just being burned and put into the atmosphere. Nobody's doing shit about it. We're of course Epstein. You know, the horrors that we're staring down the barrel of as a peoples now. Oh, damn, that was doing good. It's too long a level, too early to not reset on that, though. Shit. But yeah, it dawned on me that things just keep getting worse and worse and worse, it seems, anyway. When I was watching an H-Bomber guy video, and he said, statistically speaking, and he was speaking to, you know, an audience that he assumes is younger than I am. Statistically speaking, one of your earliest formative memories is of a global financial crisis. And I went, what? It was like, what are you talking about? Global financial crisis? I failed to remember the global financial crisis. 2008 to 2012, you know, were the main years of it, but it's still affecting us today. I failed to remember it just because so much other shit that is equally bad or worse has been at our doorsteps constantly. And I remember in the 90s when Billy Clinton was in office, and somehow the United States of America actually had a budget surplus, and you know, the main thing that you could read about the government doing wasn't that our leaders were raping children, and had been for quite a while, but instead it was they're putting computers in every school and library across the country in order to, you know, start the education that America is going to need coming into this new digital age. Things were just kind of okay, you know? The main horrors of our day in the 90s were a moody rock star took his own life. Like, that was a national fucking tragedy that Kurt Cobain, you know, took his own life that way. That was the kind of things that we were concerned with. You know, now people are debating whether or not Charlie Kirk being murdered was, you know, was it a good thing? Can we joke about it? Can we not? I mean, it's pretty funny, isn't it? It's kind of, I mean, there's at least a sick kind of a dark irony to it, that the guy who said, you know, some people are just going to have to die for our rights to bear arms, was one of the people who had to die for his rights to bear... Like, you got to be able to acknowledge that, right? Surely. Can we? Are we? These are the kinds of conversations we're having. This is the color and shape and tone of the world and the nation that we're living in today. And I'm just saying, it's worse than it was 5 years ago. And 5 years ago, it was worse than it was 5 years before that. And 5 years before that, you know, wait, I'm doing it backwards. Things are getting worse as time goes on. And honestly, as someone who was raised, you know, surrounded by doomsday prophecies and weird Christian shit, Seventh-day Adventist, you know, the end times are near stuff. Boy, I almost kind of hope that turns out to be the case. Because at least then, all these people who are responsible for all these horrible things, they'll, you know, that's part of the allure of believing in a creator deity who has a judgment day, is that, oh good, the bad people will someday face some kind of consequences for the things that they've done. Because currently, our world does not provide that, as evidenced by the Epstein files. You know, you can, if you've got the money for it, then you absolutely can rape a you know, child. It's on the menu for you. If you've got the clout and the cash and the capital, you got friends in the right places, then you can sit down and have a meal of human beings, you know, just make sure that the check will clear. And if the, you know, FBI ever comes looking for you, just make sure you've got friends who can tell the FBI to shut the fuck up and make it go away. And they will. It's the world we're in. And it wasn't... I don't want to say, you know... Maybe there was just like a momentary plateau or something, because... Go further back and... You find, that the CIA was kind of running the American government, in a sense, for a while there, kind of just doing whatever it pleased, and what it pleased was overthrowing South American democracies for the financial interests of rich people who wanted to own and control all of the oil, kind of a deal. So I don't wanna like make it sound as though, you know, we should make America great again. I definitely want to make it sound as though times were just grand at some point. But I think objectively speaking, the 90s were fucking a lot better than the 2000s, which were a lot better than the 2010s, which were a lot better than the 2020s. I don't know. I was missing for the like 2010 to 2000. Ooh, okay. This goes all the way if I can clear the lasers. Yeah, baby. I was in a Zen Buddhist monastery for some of that, and it was brilliant. It was beautiful because, you know, we didn't get the news. We didn't care. We didn't concern ourselves with it. We weren't involved in it. We weren't listening to it. We were busy. We were busy with making the world a better place. And I mean that, you know, in the little ways that you can. Here in Detroit, the Detroit Zen Center was the monastery that I was in, and we were spending our days making healthy, organic foodstuffs. Raw organic, by the way, for the peoples of Detroit. You know, making our products available. Ah, shit. Fuck, and this one went bad too. I gotta... If it goes bad like that, just hit it again. It's gonna be faster to fire it off twice than it is to fight and maybe die and lose all of your fucking time save, obviously. But you know, that's the way that you make things better. You make things better on a community level, is where you start. And providing people reasonably priced alternatives to fucking Cheetos and corn chips certainly wasn't a bad thing that we were doing with our time. Well, you know, and that was what we were doing with our work days, which was a lot of the day. And then any time that we weren't working, really, we were in the meditation hall. Really. All of those looked good, and the last one looked exactly the same as the first ones, as far as I'm concerned. We were in the meditation hall meditating and putting good vibes out into the universe, man. We were... energetically. The planet is on fire and nobody's doing anything about it. I beg to differ. I've brought matches. That's really the mentality that I've been trying to get to more and more, and maybe I'm getting there. I don't know. But I've always admired George Carlin's philosophy, which I truly believe. I don't believe that it was part of his routine. I feel that, you know, he was being sincere when he said this. But his philosophy was that humanity was a failed experiment, and that really some other being on this planet should be given their pass at things since we fucked it up so bad, and that he stopped rooting for humanity. And the moment that he stopped rooting for humanity, he found a kind of peace in the world. You know, stop hoping for human beings to somehow come together and pull this out, for them to come together and form a government that's representative of their interests, or to recognize that these wars are mainly put on for, you know, the purpose of some fat cats making a lot of money off of them. That these are not ethical wars that we're having. These aren't, you know, about things that need defending. These aren't about saving people's lives or freeing people, liberty, democracy, anything like that. The wars that we're involved in these days are about, you know, using up the bombs and guns that we already have so as to make room for the new cache of bombs and guns that the military-industrial complex needs to keep selling us in order to feed, you know, their investor class and to keep our fucked up economy running the fucked up way that it does. George Carlin's, you know, philosophy is one that I would like to onboard so that I can stop feeling as though I need to say these things. But honestly, it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen. And so my other idea is to just lean into saying these things. You know, no one else is certainly bringing the criticism to 98% of the audience that the blood of 100,000 innocent civilians is on your hands. No one's really saying that. They're too busy, you know, talking about how the Orange Man is bad. Okay, just reset it and do it again. I got a bad start. I got a weird trip as I was trying to move forward. Those mushrooms are kicking in weird, man. I got a weird trip. Uh-oh. Alright, I'm gonna have to do... That doesn't work. And this doesn't work either. You can't do it off of a fake truck. So we'll just do that and lose a bunch of time. Is there a place to pick up that time, or do we reset? I don't know if there's places in this run to pick up that kind of time. Yeah, baby. Gold? Yeah! It had to be. All skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. Oh, wow. I got a double blow. Well, fuck me, huh? What was that? I don't know. All skill, no luck. That's under and dead, and now the run is completely dead. Notice that my some of best segments did go sub 11. I practiced a little bit off the live stream. Knocked down. Damn. Now I want Cheetos. This kind of, you should want kale chips. That's the kind of thing that we were saying. Kale chips, kale salad. Actually, when I left the Zen Center, that was pretty much the end, the beginning of the end for the commercial food business. I was running that bitch single-handedly by the end of it. All the other monastics or semi-monastics, the students who had been around for a while, and maybe they didn't want to be monks, but they, you know, they were training as though. They were training alongside well, just me, who had declared the intent to become a monk. So they were living the... They were walking the walk, but they had all left by the end of my tenure at the Zen Center. So it really was just me single-handedly running a $100,000, a six-digit, 150. I don't know how much money we made, but it was 6 digits of profit. Well, I don't know if it was profit, but it was a 6-digit business that we were running, and it was basically all me. I was the one making the food, I was the one shipping the food, I was the one selling the food, which isn't to say that I didn't have help, but I didn't have a lot of help by the end. When I showed up, I was one of like 6 people in that kitchen on any given day, and by the time I left, I was lucky if I had 2 volunteers to give me, you know, 3 or 4 hours on a certain day to help out. I was basically doing everything. And that was everything in the commercial kitchen and everything in the meditation hall. I was responsible for setting everything up. I was responsible for starting the you know, rituals and stuff like that. I would light the altar, I would open the altar in the morning, I would close the altar at the end of the night. I was doing absolutely goddamn everything. The way that a Hengjinim in the Korean tradition would be doing, but they would be doing it for the first 6 months of their monastic career, and then they would get some recognition. Fuck you. They would get some recognition. They would earn a... they would earn a monastic title. They would, you know, be ordained to a certain level. I never got any of that. My teacher was, I don't think it was a good idea either, in retrospect. When my teacher had decided, after making a couple of different monks early in his career as a Zen master, who did not go the full distance, who left shortly after they said, I want to be a monk, he decided that he wasn't going to make any monks anymore unless they were willing to stick around for a lot longer period of time first. So he told me, you want to be a monk? Stick around for 7 years. And number one, I didn't leave. He asked me to leave. So there's that. Number two, I don't know if it's a good idea to not give anyone any credit or acknowledgement for progress for 7 years. Seems to me like maybe you're not going to end up with too many people around in the end days. And sure enough, that sounds like it's what the situation is over at the Detroit Zen Center these days, is that there's really just the one monk that my Zen master made, still hanging in there, doing her thing, and she'll be the one to take over for him. But she's got basically no monastic siblings left, and I would blame Sunim's policy there. I would say that there's probably a reason why the 3,000 years old tradition of the Buddhist monastic would be organized the way that it is. And, you know, doing a hard 6-month burn-in process, and then, you know, it's kind of like boot camp. It's kind of like how the army does it, and then they let up, and, you know, you've proving yourself, and, you know, that kind of a thing. If there's never a let up and there's never a you've proving yourself, then you're just burning people out and, you know, sending people away in both the literal and non-literal sense. But I digress. The world's a shitty place is what we were talking about, I think. President's a rapist. Which we knew, like, before the election. we already knew that. That's no news. And we very well suspected it in terms of, like, child molester, too. It's not like the Epstein files or something new. It's just new that they're letting us see them. Which they're still not doing completely, is what I hear. Jesus fuck, how can I be missing all these fucking things? The cursor is on the truck, I'm doing my pauses, and it's just like, I don't know, I didn't hear that. This one is I'm trying to get speed out of the first one, so don't look at the first one. I think that's what I'm talking about. But yeah, I'm thinking, what if instead of, what if I lean into it? What if I just make, and the president's a rapist, and 98% of you, what if that's like every live stream from now on? What if I start making YouTube videos that have nothing to do with any of that, and then at some point in the YouTube video, the joke is, I always insert a reference to the fact that the president is a rapist, and/or most of the American populace voted to support a genocide in the last election. What if that's the joke? What if I lean into it so hard that it just becomes, you know, they're catchphrases is what they are. We can sell, you know, the president's a rapist merch. And 98% of you have the blood of Gaza on your hands. I actually walked in and had a nice chat with Lady Pawn before the live stream here when I woke up today. We just spent some time and chatted. And when I walked in, she was watching Midas Touch. And I don't watch Midas Touch or the Young Turks or anything. I'm aware of them, but I don't know. I've never fallen in to that particular YouTube hole, and I feel like I'd probably be disappointed if I did, because I'm such a, you know, radical leftist in my politics, and so whenever there's people who are whenever people are touting the are celebrating and dragging out the laurels of the Democratic Party, I start to pull back. I'm okay with, you know, a certain amount of, like, a certain amount of the, like, both sidesism, especially that comes from the right, is just absolute fucking nonsense, and that's fair enough. But the problem is, there's a lot of both sidesism that comes from the left of the, you know, centrist, neoliberal fucking Democrat take, that is entirely valid, that gets thrown out with the bathwater, or the baby, or however that phrase goes. It gets thrown out along with the claims of both sidesism from the right. Because I literally walked in on, you know, the Midas Touch, and I'm listening to this dude, like, doing a live stream, and he's talking about how crazy this shit is, how crazy of the time we're living in, where the President of the United States of America, like, he doesn't have even basic, he's talking about stuff like, you know, the Canadian Prime Minister, there was an event and that dude was crying on the day that this Canadian Prime Minister was like, you know, talking about the shit that they were dealing with and all that. Nobody called up from the White House and said, you know, you've got our support, or, you know, that kind of thing like it usually happens. Instead, Donald Trump's on fucking Twitter, you know, threatening to fucking overthrow them or something like that. This was his point. He was saying things like that, and he was saying, look at how fucking weird this is, and look at how, you know, disjointed and different this is from like what a traditional presidency looks like. Even Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and whatnot. And can you believe that Trump, and this is, I don't know the details because I stay out of, you know, the minute-to-minute politics and events. I wait for the big stuff to find me. But he was saying something along the lines of Trump encouraged Iranian protesters to get out there and protest and we'll have your back, and we didn't even have forces in the region to be able to have their back, and that nobody did have their back. And so, like, look at the wild fucking horror of this shit, that a president, that the people in power like this would, like, promise the you know, oppressed and attacked people's support, and then it's just not there, and you just leave them out there to die. And I'm just sitting here listening to this, and I'm going, you mean like how jaboy Biden and Harris, jaboys Biden and Harris were literally sending missiles and bombs to Israel on the same boat that they were sending water and blankets to Palestine? You mean like that, right? You mean you're not gonna pretend like, well, you're saying, can you believe how abnormal this shit is? You're not gonna fail to mention the crossover here that is immediately obvious to me, where you've got the people in power, the leaders, sending, I don't know, kind of mixed messages to people, and at the end of the day, they die because of your mixed messages? Maybe like, I don't know, 90,000 of them in Palestine? Mostly children? But you're not going to acknowledge that, and you're actually trying to play this off as though this is so abnormal and this never would have happened during a Biden administration or a Harris administration. It's just like, these are the voices, you know? As far as I can tell, oh my god, gold? Yeah. I never go back that fast at the wall, but I prepped for it this time. In my head, I was like, if I'm gonna go back this fast, I gotta throw early, and I did. I just feel like they've accepted, like a narrative where, you know, it was actually okay for the people that they voted for to be morally and materially supporting a genocide. And in order to, like, maintain that delusion, they've got these incredible horse blinders on where they can talk about Trump doing something that has a perfect analog. Really? I thought that one came out early enough. It has a perfect analog to what the boys in the blue ties were doing in the last one, and just be like, just be completely blind to it. And actually, if anything, like, sell it as though this would never come out of the Democrat side of things. It's like, wait a second. Didn't the people that you voted for in the last election, weren't they doing the same kind of fucking thing while you voted for them? Weren't they abandoning 100,000 human beings? Well, 100,000, that's just how many are actually dead. We're talking more like 250,000 if we're going in on the dead and the casualties. Woo! I mean, I've been doing this and getting away with it. I'm not gonna get away with it this time. All right, it's fine. As long as I still got enough lev by the time I get up here, and I do. That's okay. I tried, and we didn't lose much for it, so In fact, we're green coming out of laser. Who can complain? I can complain. Of course I can. Listen to me. Yeah, and you know, the interesting thing is I haven't met any pushback on like these live streams or anything. I haven't run into anybody who has raised their voice against my perspectives on Harris and Biden and, you know, Israel and Palestine, that conflict. Like, everybody's just kind of sat in chat and listened, or maybe thrown out a little bit of support. I saw a W and W opinion on Harris. I saw that earlier in chat. That's nice. It's curious. It's curious. Have I just cultivated an audience of, you know, particularly like more evolved human beings than average? Or what? What's the other option here? I don't know if there's another option here. You know? I think that us, you and me, are just better people than the average person. I don't know. How does that sound? You and me, we're just better people. You can't, you know, I don't feel as though, even though I continue to explain it, it doesn't feel as though I've had to explain it to anyone here, that you can't blood bargain for one marginalized, disenfranchised group's, with one marginalized, disenfranchised group's lives, in order to get another marginalized, disenfranchised group's slightly more recognition in the public space, you know? If you voted for Harris because you wanted, you know, gays and trans and even Black America and stuff, you were trying to mitigate harm, as they say, you know, minimize, to choose the least worst thing. Boy, if fucking genocide isn't the line, then what the fuck is the line? I mean, it really does come down to that. I don't know what has to be said. What won't you vote for? I mean, anybody who voted Democrat in this last election, it leaves me saying, what would the Democrats have to be doing in an election year? Who would they have to be shaking hands with? What kind of war crimes would they have to be involved in actively, and have them, you know, on your phone every day, and you're looking at the fucking horrors and traumas of what they are supporting and backing and involved with, and could stop. They have the power to stop it, but they've decided to be on the other side and support it and keep it going and give Israel the you know, thumbs up and let them know this is fine by us, you keep doing you, bae. If this wasn't it for you, then what kind of a cuck for the Democrats are you? Like, what would it take? And do you realize that by cucking for the Democrats like that, you are making the space in our political sphere for the Democratic Party that's supposedly, you know, representative of the left, ha ha ha, you are giving them the space to be the party that they are, which is a party that, you know, will back a genocide in an election year. We're supposedly the guys on the left, but we're going to get behind these war crimes. How does that come to pass? How could that possibly be? And it's because you're willing to vote for it. It's because the two-party politics game that they always pull out, the we've got to beat them, y'all come together, vote, vote, vote. Don't think about who you're voting for, but vote, vote, vote. It's because you fall for it. It's because you're willing to accept that. You don't demand any better, and so they don't provide any better. All right, that sucks, but we get our speed back here. Okay, we didn't get our speed back. The truck managed to tumble over me, so we lose time here. get it back right now. Just do this so goddamn fast. Yeah. Okay. No skill, no luck. I'm not even gonna try for this then. We got a really weird setup there. Very nice. Get on the outside here. Fuck. That could have gone down the middle, maybe. I didn't trust it. I'm really trying to control these turnarounds. But as you can see, the game refuses to restart no matter what I'm doing. And I have this hand problem. It doesn't go. There we go, that goes. This jittery hand thing when I do that particular motion. Oh my god. That's so much time loss. Yep, 2 levels just completely destroy the run there. These 2 levels and back to back. Nice. Nice. You can still get a good time. In theory. Can we get that time? Uh-oh. Okay. I wasn't sure if I was gonna make it. Not good. That's better. It's got speed anyway. Ooh. Okay, this one I think I actually have to land it. And then give it a pop. Good. Just land the front truck. Actually, do one of these. I don't want to spend all my lev. Oh no. Hey, nice second attempt. I think I need to practice just the PTB, or the pause bounce on this one. I've seen Donyan's version of 9.7, and you can get that done in like sub 10 without the reset. It can just be better in general. This is not good. Okay, yeah, no, that's not good. Nor is this, really. Thank you. Okay, we're up. I'm too high. But it's a nice sub 14. Not bad. And I matched my hell, more or less, within a second from PB there. So that's not bad. And we were we were pretty much flat all the way through until Ancient World, or Steampunk rather. That was a pretty good run. I'm okay with that run. Are you okay with that run? How are you feeling about runs in general? I said that I needed to practice like this, because if you come in, you gotta hit it right and you gotta steer it right. That's interesting. Oh, damn it. There was no jump. See how it clapped it there? I'm pretty sure if you get it right, you can just kind of go all the way, like, straight to the goal. Yeah. That could have gone. So we come in, and we hit like that, and we hold spacebar, and we don't steer until we have to. And there you go, a sub 10. See, but then there's something like that. And again. And then this needs to be steered. And we made it, but not nicely or anything. So that's kind of the hit that we want right there. It's exactly the hit that we want. Then I can just lev straight to goal off of it in a sub 10. It looks like it has to come fast, because otherwise the truck turns. See how we just die in midair there? The truck turns further to the right, and then you get more of an angle that sends you toward the chasm wall. So you want to get down and get this off quick so that you'll get the kind of directionality you need. This is too short, but maybe if I drop a truck I can make it work. No, that's not quite it either. But I could always... See, it's really hard to land. They're on such weird terrain and stuff like that, that landing them and turning around, walking off the front of them to get another hit is kind of a bad option, if you ask me. It's a 9-1, almost a sub 9. The terrain here is also like the difference between what you can see and what actually is pretty severe. The terrain is a lot higher than what the land mass shows you. So where you drop a truck when you drop a truck like that is kind of hard to tell what even's gonna happen. Yeah, that ain't it. I mean, I could also try hitting it on this side, but I feel like that could only be worse, right? Could only make the directions you're going come off worse. So you just want to get down here and hit it quick on the right side. And maybe a bit of a mouse down kind of thing. I angle my view down a little bit more in order to get more of a launch upward. Those two things correlate. Yeah. And then that downward view is what's going to help me get over these claws that I keep running into, even though I'm using the downward view, so we have no idea what I'm talking about here. I'm going to do it fast. It's kind of the #1 thing. This isn't going to make it on its own if I drop a truck at the right moment. That's interesting. What if I didn't try to do it fast? And instead let it get a little bit of momentum before I put the hit in. It's giving me a lot more momentum coming out of it. I'm just worried about the trajectory. But it looks good in the last 3 attempts. Trajectory looks safe. That's bad, but... And that's bad, but... And that's bad, but... So that's 10.4, and the other option is this. And usually, it's a lot slower. You know, I'm in the air, waiting to come down, waiting to try and get steered in the direction I'm going. And there's a 13.8. But also, usually, you don't get it first try, so however many attempts it takes to get this, is like 4 to 5 seconds on top of the clear time. So, like a 16-second clear, 15 to 16-second clear there, as opposed to dying on this chain. Yeah, I shouldn't be trying that. Okay, if I have to land you, carefully get on the front and hit again. If I can get that first try, then that's good, and I have the potential for a, quick, like, 10-second clear here. Doing it this way. This one could go all the way. With a truck drop. I should never risk a truck drop in a real run, though. And earlier does seem good, but not too... It's like a middle early. I'm not rushing it, but I'm rushing it. Okay, that was a little bit late. Should have been rushed a bit more. I think with this one, I'm going to try and just... Okay. Cool. I got nothing off of it. This is the hit. This is the one you like. Wait until the last moment to start steering it. So, maybe I should go, in that instance, this instance right here, I should go on the right side of that seat. See, that's what I'm worried about, why it wasn't. It's because, like I say, the terrain is nonsense here, so... It's all a lie. Oh my god, that's huge. This one you definitely go on the right side. 8.4. It's the fastest I've ever done this. 7.0. I don't know how I got a freaking 7.0 on this. Whoa. If that didn't hit the bridge, I would have been real happy with that as an opening. Alright, we got a new 9.7. Now let's talk about the neoliberalism of the modern Democratic Party and of its votership. What is neoliberalism? Neoliberalism is all the bad things. That's all you need to know. You just call anything that you don't like about the Democrats neoliberal. If you're on the left, that's all you got to do. You just invoke the word neoliberal, and everybody knows. Oh, right. Democrats bad. Good. Thank you. That's all that word means. Don't need to look into it anymore. The simplest concept of neoliberal, we're just talking about new liberal. The nouveau liberal kind of mentality, and the new liberal, since the Clinton era, since the Tony Blair era of politics, since the Margaret Thatchering of politics in general. It means that since the 90s, the left has basically seceded the economic strategies of the right, and just said, yeah, we agree now. Never mind. We're not going to try and, solve hunger by feeding people, or, home people by providing them with homes, and the organization of the government should be, as it is, what was I doing there? Should be as it is presently, which is an organization that prioritizes extracting the taxpayer's dollar out to private industry, as opposed to, say, the government making an organization that does a job that all people need it to do. Instead, we'll have, private corporations, for-profit corporations, for example, manage our prison system. That seems like a good idea. Let's profit incentivize corporate actors to hold on to prisoners longer, and create reasons why they get to, by making it, a financial incentive to keep people in prison for a longer amount of time. That's and the Democrats, the Democratic Party, has agreed to that, basically, to the privatization of your government, so that your government now exists primarily to serve the market. Okay? The government exists foremost to defend the quote-unquote free market, the investor paradise of the stock market and so on. The lovely little casinos they've made out of, our lives and our homes and our labor. That's basically neoliberalism, and that's, basically what the Democratic Party is about in its modern incarnation. And if you're, young, then you may not know that it was ever anything different than this. You may not recognize that the Democratic Party was actually a leftist party. You may believe that it is, in fact, leftist to be, for the privatization of governmental systems, as opposed to the publicization, I guess we would call it, taking it, making the people of the United States of America, for example, saying, okay, we all need electricity. So, how about this? The power plant will be property of the public, and we will generate the power at cost, and then we'll provide the power to the American people at cost. We will not charge them anything over cost. We will not make a profit off of this, because it's something that everybody needs, and when somebody comes along and tries to make a profit off of providing something that everybody needs, then that means some people don't get the thing that everybody needs because they couldn't afford it. Some people who would have gotten it had there not been a markup on it. You understand? Are we following here? Look at this. I did the 1/6 automatically, and it worked out for me. I don't usually do the 1/6. That's what neoliberalism is, in part, but basically that's the big part of it. You can also just sort of wrap it up in the idea that the left is now basically the less racist right is another way of describing neoliberalism. There's also classical neoliberalism, and you can get into like a debate over what these terms mean historically and stuff like that. Oh shit, I'm supposed to do this here. But as matters to our present reality and what we need to do about it, the Democratic Party does not represent what the Democratic Party represented a scant 30 or even 40 or even 30 years ago. Is how that sentence should be stated, you idiot. I have to reset. Fuck. Yeah. In fact, what I would encourage you to do if you never have, if you've never heard it, which I've actually played it on this live stream dozens of times because I used to use it as our intro for a brief period there. I would encourage you to go and look up Franklin Delano Roosevelt's State of the Nation. Well, actually, what is it? It's the Union Address. It's the State of the Union Address. That's it. The State of the Union Address from, I think, 1941. I encourage you to go look that up. And this fella, by the way, not actually a Democrat, right? He was a bull moose, right? Made his own party. They made their own party, the Bull Moose Party. And what you're looking for there is he's actually, he lays out a plan for a second Bill of Rights. That's what you can look up. The Second Bill of Rights by Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Damn. Franklin Delano just turns into federal in my hands, apparently. But look it up and you'll find out that there was one point in this country where what the left represented was the idea that there should be a chicken in every pot, there should be a roof over every head, and that until not a single American citizen was living in poverty, we were not done with the work that needed to be done. He says these things in the speech, and he lays out that after the war ends, World War II. Oh, we're not in 3.9 yet. That's what I was preparing for. After the war ends, this is what needs to happen in America. And then he died of a mysterious wasting disease. No, it does kind of sound a little bit conspiratorial. Yeah, just after he announced that, the people's government should exist of, by, and for the people, like it, says in the Declaration of Independence. Right after that, he died. He very shortly after he died. Yeah, I believe he had tuberculosis, so there was that. But anyway, his policies that he laid out kind of died with him to a certain extent. Jesus fucking Christ all fucking mighty, we have to reset because of this? But that's the kind of, left wing that we used to have in the United States of America, and I just ask you to find me that spirit in the Democratic Party. Find it and show it to me. And if you bring Bernie Sanders to me, then you found it. That is the only place that it exists in the Democratic Party, and Bernie is not exactly the most popular Democrat in the Democrats' side. They don't love him. They don't love Bern. Bern ain't their guy, As you might note by the fact that in that little election, the first one really, I think, when Joe Biden, I think it was Joe Biden was up. Alright. Joe Biden was up. Bernie Sanders had support from absolutely every corner of the country. He had the American people reaching into their pockets and finding the change in the couch cushion to send in to support Bernie Sanders' campaign for President of the United States of America. And I encourage you to also look up the campaign finance maps that exist from that era of Joe Biden versus I was supposed to do this. Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders. Look up those campaign finance maps, because what they show is where the candidate's money came from, and you can't even see where Joe Biden's money came from if you just put Bernie Sanders on the map. If you put Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden on the map, you just see Bernie Sanders. Because Joe's money came exclusively from little communities in upstate New York and, Hollywood Hills, LA kind of stuff. His money came from from liberal elite millionaires. While Bernie Sanders was being supported by the actual people of the United States of America, who felt that Bernie represent their interests, so they reached into their pockets to support Bernie because Bernie was supporting them. They did not reach into their pockets to support Joseph fucking Biden, and yet the Democratic Party did not take this as a symbol of who the American people wanted, who their votership wanted in the election. They instead selected the, corporate-friendly, name recognition, former vice president candidate like they always fucking do. And they overrode a bunch of primary votes like they always fucking do with their insider, the inside Democrats, the big people with the big names. They get, I believe they get 10,000 votes each to make the votes of the American populace disappear. Of the Democratic Party member disappear beneath the pile. Yes. First try. That was a first try, that skip. This is the state of the Democratic Party, and I just want to ask you, do you think that, have you heard them talking about, say, campaign finance reform? Hey, do you remember when Nancy Pelosi was asked about, when it was like a big deal that all these different congressmen were like, in COVID and stuff like that, they were making money off of knowing, they were saving their money from getting lost by knowing when to pull out. They were making money by knowing what was coming down the road in a couple of minutes, kind of a thing. Fuck. There we go. When Nancy Pelosi was addressed, what do you think about, like, making it a rule so that people, who serve the American people, who have asked for the permission to be a servant of the American people, don't get to have, like, a stock market account and do trading, where clearly there's a problem with them taking advantage of the insider knowledge that they get as members of the Senate and of the government, which is illegal for everyone but the senators, apparently. It's definitely illegal for you to trade with insider knowledge unless you're a senator. Nancy Pelosi, leader of the Democratic Party, ostensibly at the era. What do you think about that? And she was like, no, I think we're fine. We don't need to do that. She was so fucking dismissive about the concerns of the American people. And about a clear and obvious fucking problem that needed to be addressed. Because, of course, it was not in her interests, nor in the interests of the party itself, to reform. The people. These people just want their positions of power so that they can make their money for themselves, in large fucking part, and they feel entitled to it. They don't feel like they are servants, like they are civil servants, like they are volunteers who have begged for the permission and been allowed. They feel as though they are leaders. They are who we look to. They are the ones that we've said, listen, we're just simple old bumpkin folk out here in the hills. We need people like you to make the decision for us. That is their perspective on the relationship that the American people hold to their representatives. And you can see it alive and well in both parties. You can sure as shit see it alive and well in Donald goddamn Trump. He don't have no respect for the American people. He doesn't acknowledge the idea. He thinks he's a ruler. He thinks he's being put in charge not to represent our interests, but, because he's supposed to be that. He's always been a king. Waiting to take the crown is apparently where he's coming from. But the truth is, they're all kind of there. They're all kind of there. And your Democratic representatives are just as guilty of it. They do not want campaign finance reform. They do not want rules that make it illegal for them to take advantage of their positions in government to do high-profit trading. They're not actually there to do the thing that you sent them there to do. They're in it for themselves. And they know, and they're corrupted by the system. And the system has absolutely trained them because they don't ask the American people to vote for them. They buy the American people's vote. They use money that they got from rich folk and corporations and stuff like that in order to acquire the marketing and advertising so as to get your vote. They don't ask you for your vote. They don't convince you that they're the person for the job. That's not any part of this process anymore, if it ever was. They're not out there talking about the issues and the politics and, you know, their policies and what they're going to change and what they think. They're not talking about any of that shit. They're out there to say as little as humanly possible so that they can offend as few people as possible. They can, leave it in everybody's mind that this person's on my side. Basically, the Democrats, and this is less true on the Republican side of the aisle somehow, but the Democrats, they are constantly trying to make themselves seem like they could be also a viable candidate to a Trump voter. That is literally what they're fucking doing. They are trying to reach across the aisle. They are trying to maintain a position that puts them at the center of politics, not at the left. It puts them at the center of politics so that they can say to a conservative Republican, listen, you may be a conservative and a Republican, but this guy ain't your guy. And maybe this time you come over to our side. That's how they think that they're supposed to win elections, is by not taking positions, not being loud, not being vocal, not representing what you assume their interests are. This is what pisses me off the most about the fucking American voter, is that you're just so fucking manipulatable. You believe, without any particular evidence, you've come to the conclusion that these people are on your side while they're refusing to say whose side they're on. Well, they're not answering the questions. You know, you think that Obama's gonna fix healthcare because Obama says we need to change healthcare, hope, change healthcare. But you don't bother to fucking ask him what his change is gonna be, and you're too goddamn stupid to realize that he's not saying what the change would be on purpose. Because if he told you, you wouldn't like it. This is what pisses me off the fucking most about the American voter, is just how, like, you treat these people like they're a self-insert, like it's a fucking Mary Sue in a movie you like, and you don't ask what they actually represent, and then you're not just out there like putting your vote out and saying, well, I'm gonna vote for these people. You're out there on the basis of this nothing, on the basis of this vague fucking impression you've got that they've intentionally left vague. You're out there telling other people how they need to vote and telling people, if you don't vote for the guy that I'm voting for, then you got a problem. Like, I don't mind you saying that if you've, done your homework and you know what they're about, and the person who you're recommending is also open about what they're fucking about. But you're representing these people, you're re-representing these people in public marketplaces as though they're your guy. And they haven't even told you that they're your guy. They refuse to acknowledge that the American public should need to know this information, that the whole point of the political system is for you to convince us, not to buy our fucking votes by duping us into it. But that is exactly how politics works these days. They don't tell you, they don't want to tell you, and they like, everything is a fucking moral blood bargain with these fucking people, because it's justified by the idea that, well, the other guys are doing it, and so if we don't do it, then we'll lose, and then the people who would benefit by us winning don't win anyway. So we, like, basically it's a race to the bottom, and whoever's willing to be the shittiest wins. And so what we end up with as the American... Fuck, what the fuck was that shit? As the American voters, what we end up with... I gotta stop doing this. I can't do 410 like this. This is stupid. This is bad. There's nothing to be gained here. What we end up with is like, this is how we've gotten here. How the fuck you people end up voting for goddamn genocide supporting motherfuckers and not thinking twice about it? Is that they don't tell you what they're about, and when they do, and so you insert your own beliefs into their head and pretend you just imagine that they're on your side. And then when they do tell you what they're about, which is genocide, which is supporting the murder of 100,000 Palestinians, you somehow, like, I don't know, you do some mental gymnastics and trick yourself into believing that they didn't say what they said. They didn't mean what they meant. They didn't make that press conference. They didn't send that $1 billion worth of weaponry. They didn't block the UN resolution. They didn't invite the war criminal to speak before the Senate. And, you know, The Hague wants him in handcuffs, but we're gonna be patting him on the back and taking fucking campaign photos with him, aren't we, Harris? As Carlin said, garbage in, garbage out. And there's only so much I blame the monsters for it because, you know, you're the one who keeps voting for the monsters. You're the one that your standards are so low, you're so spineless, your dick's so small, whatever it is. You think that you don't deserve any better than this, you think that you can't ask for more, you think that this is the best we can do. And so it is, because you believe it, and that's why the problem is you. You believe this is the best we can do, and so this becomes the best we can do, because you're willing to accept this shit. You're still willing to vote for the Democratic Party while they're doing a genocide, okay? I feel like it's bullshit to dance around it by saying that they're supporting a genocide. They're backing a genocide. Listen, it was the Democratic Party's genocide as far as I'm concerned. They were in office, they were in power, he was the president, he's got the military authority. All they have to do is call Israel and say, okay, you're done. It wouldn't have prevented every death. There would have been a casualty count. There was going to be a response and a retaliation. But, you know, it could have been just, say, 6 times as deadly as the Hamas attack, as opposed to what it was, which was 50? 50 times as deadly as the Hamas attack? The Democrats chose genocide. They had the power to stop it, and they didn't. So it's their fucking genocide as far as I'm concerned. And everybody who pretends otherwise is a fucking cuck. Is a cuck for the Democrats. You're a demo cuck. You like to sit and watch. As somebody else. I don't know how. Actually, the more that I think about the term cuck here, it's just doesn't quite. I don't. It ain't working for me. Kind of belittling the actual amount of horror and tragedy to the deeper that I get down this metaphor hole. Whoa! Fuck. There's supposed to be a bounce, and we didn't get a bounce, and we're already 20 seconds behind, so I'm not. I'm with that. How long have we been here? 2 hours and 17 minutes? I've been cocking. We need a live stream break. I didn't even mention that there's no webcam today. I just look like shit. I need to shave. It's the middle of the goddamn night. What am I going to do? We're going to go to a 7-minute live stream break. I'll play some music. I'll roll some ads. You come back and I'll tell you more about how, you know, you're making all the wrong choices in life. Meet me back here in 7. Don't go anywhere, Pawn. Not out. Hey, we're coming back a little early. It was just about 5 minutes instead of 7. Welcome back to twitch.tv/RonanBawn live stream. The President's a Rapist. We're playing Clustertruck today. That's not the button, that's the button. And we're spouting politics and stuff, I guess. I just realized that I've been living in the shadow of all this, and I know a lot of us have been. My friend Brandon has similarly struggled with the acknowledgement that just coming to terms with the reality that you're living in a country where the majority of people will happily go ahead and support a genocide if they can try and get this like a economic policy that's slightly more beneficial to their perspective or something. I don't know, you know, like it's a weird fucking blood bargain to try and justify that I was trying to help other minorities and, you know, by one oppressed peoples by throwing 100,000 oppressed peoples under a fucking bus. It's a really weird trolley problem that you're proposing there. And so I know that we're not, you know, there's a lot of us that have struggled to some extent or another to come to grips with this sort of new reality that we're living in, which, you know, you might have suspected the worst of people around you before the 2024 elections. That's right, isn't it? 2024? They're usually uneven numbers, aren't they? But to, like, have it confirmed is a whole nother thing, right? To know without a doubt that your neighbors are the sorts of people who would, you know, watch as you were tortured and murdered if they thought that it was best for them. So, having been living in the shadow of this thing, and when I say living in the shadow, I mean it just keeps coming up. It keeps, you know, it colors so much of my perspective. I just try and not interact with the politics of the day, because in everybody's throat that would be on the side of the political aisle that I'd have to be listening to, you know, the left, the quote-unquote left, the fake left, the faux left of the United States political way. In the backs of the throats is, you know, this chunk, this lie that's stuck in there that they're not gonna, they're pretending like we can't hear it, that I can't, that I'm supposed to ignore the whole genocide thing that y'all supported in the last election and just jump on board with the orange man bad bullshit as usual. And yeah, it just keeps, I keep circling it, it keeps circling me. Because I just feel like it's so fucking unresolved. It's how do you just pretend like it didn't happen? How do you just pretend like everything's normal and we can continue to play, you know, red versus blue when both red and blue participated in the murder of 100,000 civilians who were mostly children? How do you do that? And I can't figure it out, so I decided that I guess I'm supposed to just keep talking about it? I don't know. Gotta process it somehow. Get it out there. Try and hold people accountable. And I don't really feel like it's, you know, when you say hold people accountable, it feels like, what does that mean? That just means what? Getting vengeance on them or something like that? It means, yeah, it means throwing it up in your face so that you can see it. It means holding a mirror up and hoping that what you see in the mirror disgusts you enough that you change, that you don't, not again, no more genocide, back end, no more, I can overlook because it's happening a little bit over there. So as long as the people I'm voting for are doing that thing a little bit over there, and I can pretend like it's not happening, holy fucking shit. You know? Maybe it's a little, I don't... I was gonna say... Maybe this is why I can't even get it out of my throat. It's so ridiculous. Who dat? Who dat? I can't look. Hang on. Okay, I made it. Now I can't look still because I gotta do this. That didn't make it. There you go. Yeah! Alright. Now who dat, who dat? Was that one mock? Wait, no. The activity feed just doesn't move anymore. Who dat? Who did that? Shit. It's not in chat. I'm looking at Twitch chat too. It's not in Twitch chat. It's not in... What the fuck was that? Was that a bug? Was that a glitch? It was somebody. Maybe it was one mock again. Sometimes it sends multiple fucking subscription renewals. I'll have to look when I get clear again. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say the thing I couldn't get out of my throat was maybe it's easier for me because I live in Hamtramck and my neighbors are, you know, a large number of my neighbors are Palestinian. And so, I don't know, and this is why it gets stuck in my throat, because it's just like so disgusting to think that you need to have like evidence that people are real nearby for you to take their existence like seriously, for you to not vote for the genocide of human beings. You have to live next door to their family members. Is this where we are? 2026 state of humanity. If you can call it that. Okay, this is just bad. This is all height. Maybe I'll just go straight to the goal and pretend like this is what I wanted. Yeah! Good 7-2. 4-2. 4-2. There we go. I keep looking over to the activity feed. Still, no notice of what that message was supposed to be. Fuck. Fuck. There's a timing here. You wanna delay yourself a little. And then that gets you through the bars. And then I thought I'd figured out a little bit of a thing, like steer right and then steer back left, but no, it's just fucking bullshit. It's just absolute fucking bullshit. There's the goddamn lasers are goddamn invisible. What are you supposed to fucking do? You try and dodge the thing that cannot be seen when you're on a trajectory that changes subtly every time you fucking do it. It's just bullshit. But yeah, now we're into the second half of the live stream here, so I have a lot less energy, and there's a lot less jokey energy to my politics, apparently. These streams would be just killers, gold every single one if I just stopped at like the 2.5 hour mark every single time. And you know what? Back in the day, used to, didn't I? Like back in the beginning times, in the olden of Ronin Pawn history, I would do like 2-hour live streams because I would come to them with like a full fucking performer mode on. And the energy that I was giving shit. And this is a reset. The energy that I was giving was pretty serious. Nowadays I bring a little bit less for my health. And also, I just want to stick around and do more of a live stream. You know, I'd rather they be longer and the best of it can be up front, and then the diehards can stick around, I guess. You would even put on the hair for the camera. Yeah. Now I actually can't really. I have the MECFS. I have a head heat kind of a problem. That's why I'm always have an ice pack against the back of my neck every single day of my life for the past like 3-4 years. So I have tried putting on that wig, that disgusting, covered in years worth of my my scalp oils wig. I've tried putting it on, thinking I'll put this. We'll go back to we'll do this, and no, we won't go back to that. We can't go back to that. Pop, pop, hit. Good enough. I'm happy for anything that gets me to the goal on 2-1 when I'm doing that method. Not looking for greatness, just a completion. Wouldn't mind greatness, of course, but very good 2-5. Okay, like this. Wow, that's a nice hit. And it gets me down fast. Haha! If I were on top of it when I landed, it would have been beautiful. So the way I'm going to start doing 210 is the way that I used to do it. And it involves... you don't come in holding the spacebar, you tap it the moment that you enter the level. Alright, fuck. Just time lost there. But I said we'll give it 2 tries before we move on. But yeah, 210, to make it consistent, if I don't enter holding, but instead I take a little moment beforehand, just a femtosecond, where I'm not holding, and then come in, and then do the jump, and then push in and throw. That's where I think I'm seeing the consistency that I've been missing. So that's going to be my 210 from now on. And a good first try 3-9. 4.8 seconds, and that sends a screen because my 3-9 in the PB was full of like a bunch of deaths. I kept throwing myself at the wall and not getting it. Very nice 4-1. But then the reset didn't take effect on 4-2. I'm gonna stop here. Wow. The second one is always just really hard to set up. You're not at the beginning of the level, the trucks have quite a bit of speed to them. You're afraid of walking down the front of it because you're already invested time into the level. This is a decent 4-4, it's hard to get this out. Now we steer here. Fuck. You could even see where the lasers were at that point. Oh my god. And I just steered right into them. I mean, it's not like I had a whole bunch of choice at that moment. This is also another place where we're able to save time. 4-6 fucked up in PB. I know, but 4.7 did really good in PB, and 4.7 is just like a crapshoot. The trucks are on each other's ass so closely that trying to get a launch off of them is kind of just random. Now 310 or 410 has been fucking me over all day long, so I'm just gonna do my safe version of 410, where I just run it. It's not 100% safe, but it's about 90% safe. And it usually gets us out in a sub 12, but a 12 will do. Okay. Stuck in the menu there. I really need to just start hitting better like that. And it's by, like, the way you get them better is by walking a little bit further up the truck. But it also comes with the risk, because if you walk past it, then you just miss it, and now you're reset. And losing time. That's a good one. Lots of speed, lots of directionality. Beautiful. First try, 6-1. Okay, this just goes all on its own. I need to get to the outside, I like that. Still had a low 9 out of it. Yeah, it's a bad one, but it's fine. It's bad and fine? Yeah. I mean, that's basically a description of the world today. Or at least a description of the mentality you have to have toward the world today. It's bad, it's fine. Can't live my life in the shadow of it. Fucking go! Okay, this is just a waste of fucking... Why am I doing that? Why am I bothering when I could just take an 11 and walk out? That's why I never used to do it. It just doesn't make sense. It's not... You're not saving enough time for the frequent time that you lose. And if you do it like the hyper safe way, then you're not really making enough time to justify the effort. Lost quite a bit of speed to that bounce the way I did it, but it was my choice. It was my... I'm punished for my own choices, so I'm happy with that. It's not bullshit RNG. Nice. Smooth. Hit me. Okay. Boom. Nice backup. Converted the backup pretty cleanly. And all skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. Oh! I could have gotten in there, but it would have been completely up to the blower to just choose not to fuck me over. So it was just a coin toss at that point. I'd gotten the hit I needed. I just had to risk it all. Wow. That ain't it. Fuck. God damn it. I'm just fighting so many factors here. My hand, the game. Fuck! It's the hand right now. Fucking cocksucker! The most frustrating thing in the world to just try and do something with your fucking hand and your hand won't do it. You have no idea unless you fucking lived this. Neurological bullshit. Oh. Hells yeah. I had to steer it early though, so I think it slows down. Okay, one more. It's just, I'm working so hard. You have no idea how much concentration and effort I'm putting in to just getting a good turnaround there. And it just doesn't matter, because my wrist won't do it. My hand won't do it. And it has to do with probably the medication I'm taking, because when I was on the day that I wasn't taking my aripiprazole at all, it was almost not there. It was still there, but it was almost not there. Cool. Fucking cool. Love it. Not even trying for PB pace, and I can't get anything out of this motherfucker. Good 9-4. Wow. I didn't realize it was that good of a 9-4. Damn. That's nice. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so. This isn't how I'm supposed to be doing 9-7. We practiced the pause bounce 9-7, and then I came in, and muscle memory took over. What can I say? It's not bad. It's still a 14. Which is the low end of what we would have gotten with the other method, too. Okay, slam me to a halt then. And then walk me off the front. That's always the fear. Okay. We're good. We're up. And a 14-12. I can get high 13s, I can get low 14s. I have... What's the best I've done since we started trying this again? I think on my own, I came into... Hell. Maybe even, like, late into Hell. No, I think I came into Hell with, like... I was 8 seconds behind or something like that. 8 or 10, something like that. 10 seconds behind coming into Hell. Actually, that pace, the best pace I've had, might have been at the beginning of this live stream. We came in and our warm-up run to Hell like that. Yeah. The best finish that I've had is still a 1350 something. It's not a 1340. I don't think I've managed that yet. It'll come in time. Well, we've added a bunch of methods that save time over the methods that I used to bring to the run. And just run it out. Enough. Nice 2-2. Not as nice 2-3. Nice 2-4. We'll just do all the odd ones well and the even ones well and the odd ones shit. Let's get this then. Yeah, it's okay. I like this. It's low and directional. Oh my god. I think this 2.9, I gotta try and get it all the way there, because it came out so fast. Yep. And look at that, I told you I was gonna come in, do a little delay, and then do the jump. And so we get first try 210. Telling you, that's the way to get the consistency. It's just that moment of delay before you hit the jump button. 3-3, I was supposed to try a new method, but we're ahead on time, and mainly I just forgot. That's my justification. And we came out of it with an 8-9 anyway. Please not now. I was about 3 seconds ahead, and you took 3 seconds from me. Please! We'll get it all back on 3-9. Maybe not all of it. Maybe not any of it. I got some of it back. Wow, I can't believe I can miss it that many times and still make up that much time. It's just how bad that 3-9 was in my original run. This has to come back down and find its way through, and that's the best way that I could have done that. You saw the lasers. Faster than resetting. Don't. Thank you. so hard to get that one off before the lasers fuck you over. Fuck, man. Fuck, man. Fuck, man. It's like... Fuck, man. It's just fucking absolutely nonsense. There's any sense of control you have there is an illusion. I'm really sick of having my mouse cursor over the truck, doing the thing. Oh, fuck. And not getting it like that. I'm so sick of that. Not getting anything out of it. Now we're 10 seconds behind coming into medieval. Just reset. You see where that truck bounced off, quote unquote? That's where the fucking hitbox is for these buildings. Nonsense. This is very nice. Can't really be losing any more time here with shit like that. 12 seconds? Very nice, very clean, direct, like straight at the fucking goal. Uh-oh. I made that work. That was not great, and I made it work. Man, I'm fighting against the same 10, 11 seconds here. This has got to save a little time. That was beautiful. Oh, and look at this 6.5. Yeah. I think so. I didn't touch the spacebar on that. That was the important part. Beautiful 6.9. I don't know why. Just came out nice, but I didn't do it nice. Just came out nice. Sometimes they just take care of you. 4.7. That's really good for that method. And guess what I'm not fucking with? did. Not messing with any weird 7-7 stuff. No, please, please. Don't give me weird miracle jumps that I didn't ask for. Wow. I spent a lot of lev. Things really needed to work out, and they did. I spent a lot of lev to make that happen. And all skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. All skill, no luck. No luck at all. It's a hell of a hit to 8-1 right there. Go all the way to the end with... Fuck. Ah! Ah! I might have to learn how to do the fucking pause bounce version of this shit because just because my hand won't fucking do it. Like that one's too... Oh, good. That one's too fucking specific, and the whole run's dead to 8-3, basically. So how do we do this bullshit? This slower than usual bullshit. WebSocket status offline. I'm still receiving the broadcast back to myself. This absolutely is not the path. It's probably something like this. Okay. Let's try going out this way. Good to know that those ropes aren't real. Really? That is not, like, guaranteed. And I'm gonna be losing fucking time. Because the good method, which this definitely isn't. Wow. This is like a 4-second clear if you get it first try, and I think I did. In PB. I might have gotten the second try. Yeah, I can't not do this. And then, do you see that? God damn it, at the end of the fucking turn. Man, just fucking won't. Fucking. Like I got a ratcheting fucking wrist here. Sears. So what if maybe you can tell, I've just increased my mouse resolution. Or lowered it, I guess. The mouse movement is now faster. And then there's less turn. required to get into the position. That's not going to be viable. God. It's like a just, well, we don't run Clustertruck anymore kind of a thing. This is, I can't spend 11 minutes to come into World 8 just to get here, and every fucking time my wrist is a rusty gate and it won't do this, and I don't have the time to lose. I can't not get this. And god damn it, it is not a hard thing to get if my wrist would just fucking do what I'm telling it to do. But there's so much, like, correcting of the correction, correcting the correction that I just corrected in that brief span of time where I'm trying to line this up. I just opened Microsoft Copilot somehow. I've never opened Microsoft Copilot. Oh, good, good. You see it? Did you notice? I don't know if you notice. And the ones that I don't get, I'm like, I'm at a point where I don't know. Are these because I'm fucking it up, or because of the shit in my wrist, you know? Like, there's the ones that are just really fucking obvious, but it's the subtle ones that make you go, I don't even know what to fucking believe at this point. The ones that y'all can fucking see happening. Incidentally, Microsoft Copilot opening gave me an excellent opportunity to block Microsoft Copilot from ever getting through my firewall. I had never opened it, so I had no firewall rule for it. No outbound communication is allowed on my machine unless I've approved it. What's the name of the application I use for that? Malware Bytes Windows Firewall Control popped up asking me, would you like to allow this program to communicate with the internet? And I said, yeah, go ahead and block that. You go ahead and block that. We don't ever need Microsoft Copilot speaking to anyone, anywhere. Now that said, I have been working with ChatGPT. For almost a year now. Well, it's not as though I've been using it the entire year, actually. I started up, and I paid for an account to start, pretty much. You know, I didn't like the idea of utilizing an AI without remuneration. I didn't think that was the way to start that. Oh, wow. So I started up that way, and then at a certain point, I stopped doing, like, the code work that I was doing as much, and also I just found, like, ChatGPT is so, the website itself, what OpenAI has done with, like, the web DOM, is just horrible on the site, and so you have a long conversation with ChatGPT, which is important because then in that thread, ChatGPT actually knows and remembers all of the important shit that you've been working on, but it doesn't necessarily in the next thread over. They keep trying to convince you that, no, it can read the messages, it knows that it doesn't. It doesn't. You get a long thread, and then the chat thread just turns to shit, and it won't load anymore. And it's not ChatGPT thinking. It's just the web page being absolute utter ass. So, I say that to share some news with you in case you use ChatGPT and you don't know that there's a solution to this problem. I found the solution to this problem. It finally occurred to me, like, I tried to solve this problem myself using CSS overrides, and I think I just stuck with CSS. I might have installed some Tamper Monkey and played with JavaScript too. But I tried to solve the problem myself, but I could never really get it to happen. Someone has actually fixed OpenAI's website for them. And you install a plugin. And the one that I went with is called, I feel like it's called Light Source. It's either Light Source or Light Work Pro for ChatGPT. And it makes it fixes the DOM. It doesn't fix the DOM. It culls your history with ChatGPT in the thread so as to not overwhelm the HTML DOM. And that allows it to, load like it's supposed to. Because what would happen is you get to a point where every time you say something to ChatGPT, the goddamn browser starts reporting, like, processing power, this tab is consuming everything, and everything is stopped. Would you like me to halt this tab? That kind of thing. It's a real, like, 1994 kind of a computing experience that OpenAI has decided is good enough for ChatGPT on PC. And by the way, it's not just like my browser or any particular browser. I've tried it in Firefox, I've tried it in Chrome, I have even downloaded ChatGPT's desktop client, which is probably also just a Chrome browser that, only goes to ChatGPT's website, because that's how stupid modern software development is. They vibe coded it with ChatGPT, and that's probably the case. But anyway, there's a solution out there, and you just install the plugin for ChatGPT, a performance plugin. I'm getting this a lot more. I'm getting the 8.3 a lot more. I think the problem, though, is going to be that when we come into this level, my wrist is not going to be loose, but maybe just, grinding this pattern of movement will serve to do what I need it to do when we get here. Like, maybe I'm training past the neurological bullshit. I don't know. Nobody knows. You don't know. But yeah, so ChatGPT and I have been working on my new game in Raylib, making hella progress, I think. Very happy with the progress that we've made in, I think, just 5 days worth of development. All of that time has been dedicated to building up, like, what is going to count as my game engine for this game. So we've got, like, an asset management class that loads and unloads textures and keeps track of who loaded it, what scene called it, and then the scene can call just unload everything that's mine, and it internally registers like track of if multiple people try to call the same asset up kind of thing, and if there are multiple owners and you say unload it, but one of the owners hasn't unloaded it yet, then it doesn't unload. All these little tricksy things that will help in the long run. I think I probably broke it a little bit with some code that I put in trying to make the interface more friendly for image editing. Raylib as a sort of library for game development. Very thin little library for game development. It thinks in terms of images and textures, two different things in the Raylib world. And an image lives in CPU space, and a texture lives in GPU space. So an image is in your PC's memory, RAM, whereas a texture resides on the GPU's VRAM. And if you want to do image manipulation, then your best bet is to do it before you put it into the VRAM, before you load it as a texture. You want to load it as an image into CPU space, into RAM space, and do your image manipulation there, and then load your finished thing up as a texture into the GPU for rendering. Now, if the manipulations you want to do are something simple like scaling and rotating and whatnot, it's just transforms, and the GPU can just go ahead and do that with the texture without having to manipulate the actual image. So, bearing that in mind, when I say image manipulation, I mean image manipulation. I mean, you want to edit the image in some way, you want to affect the core, the original pixels kind of a deal. You can do that in image space. So in order to enable that within our asset manager, in a way, like the first implementation that we had, that I came up with, required like 6 to 7 lines of code just to like scale an image up, which you wouldn't really want to do in the image space, but I was just like trying to, alright, I'll have one image manipulation command, everything else will just be, you know, loading the image into memory and getting it into the right place so we can do it. It took like 6 or 7 lines of code. I couldn't live with that. So I have written some code without ChatGPT, and that ChatGPT does not particularly like. That makes it so that instead of 6-7 lines of code, it's 3 lines of code. And the first one is loading the image into memory. The second one is doing your image manipulation, and then the third one just converts the image to a texture for you, and hands you back a link to a texture. It also automatically unloads the image you were working with, that's why it's like 6 lines, is because if you're doing this manually without any helper functions, which is what I'm trying to write to make things cleaner, then you have to load the image, manipulate the image, make a texture based on the image, unload the image, or else you're just holding open memory space that you don't need anymore, and then load the texture in. Alright, you get the image, manipulate it, create a texture from the image, then load that texture that you created into our asset manager, and then unload the image, and then you actually would then, I think, fetch the image from our asset manager so that you're following the usual, like, path of accessing assets. So I consolidated that into a helper function that ChatGPT is like, this isn't how you do this in C++. And I told her, I think my ChatGPT is a woman. I told her, well, when it becomes a problem, it'll become a problem, and then I'll fix it. For now, we're leaving it. Because, man, C++ is, like, once you start to wrap your head around it, it's satisfying because it's such bullshit. It's satisfying, you're like, yeah, look at me, I'm a fucking wizard, I understand this fucking bullshit. You know, it's like you're reading hieroglyphs, and nobody else can read hieroglyphs, is how it feels. And so you feel... But it is awful, objectively. C++ as a language is just an amalgam of bullshit. An amalgam of 40, 50 years of absolute trash. It is not designed to be legible. It is not designed to be read. It was designed to be like a slight improvement over assembly or something. I don't know. Okay, that's a lot of good 8-3 practice. Am I gonna start up a new run here? I guess. And we'll see if my wrist can do it if and when we get there. Give it another go now. But yeah, at this point in my game, we have all the basic little service wrappers. There's not really anything in the audio engine service wrapper, but it exists there as a placeholder anyway. But we're actually getting to the game design part of things, which is better, you know, instead of sitting around trying to anticipate everything that you're going to need to make a game engine. Start making the, like, I think it's important to start making the engine, and then pull yourself away, start making the game, and figure out what the engine really needs to it. You know, trying to follow the, don't build fucking Unity when you don't need Unity, and also don't build Unity because Unity fucking sucks. From the moment that I saw the word monostatic, I was like, oh, fuck this language. Is that it? Monostatic? Mono behavior. That's it. The moment that I saw the word mono behavior in the code, I was like, fuck this. The fuck is mono behavior? How is this like a core element of the thing? And you know what I like about, like, Unreal, as it, like, compared with Unity? It's not just that I hate, you know, engines, because I found a good engine. It's called Unreal. If you're going to use an engine, then use Unreal. It's a good engine. Here's what I like about Unreal. Unreal has, at the base of its engine, an everything class. You know, everything fits in this class kind of thing, which I think just makes it easier to sort of track and unload every object if it's all of the same class kind of thing. So at the base, and you have that in pretty much every engine. I don't think I have to say pretty much. I think you could say in every engine, you've got a class at the base of it that's the everything class. In Unreal, the everything class is called, like, U object or something like that. It's just, they just called it an Unreal object. They called it an Unreal something. U asset, U something. I think U object is the thing. And it's like, it kind of sucks to have an everything class. It's just a junk drawer that absolutely everything is going to go into, and it's not descriptive. It's not great code, really, but it does make sense to have it, and it facilitates, you know, the rest of the design of the engine. And so if you gotta have it, they picked the best, like, naming convention, was just put your own fucking branding on it and move on. Unity does not have, like, Unity object. It's got this mono behavior, which I think lower than mono behavior is game object. And what the fuck does game object mean, you know? That's just awful. That is awful language. I mean, I know, like, everything's a game object because this is a game that you're making, so it's the everything class. I don't think so. I think when you see the word game object in the code, you don't go, oh, this must be the class that's at the bottom of everything because everything's a game object. You go, what the fuck do you mean game object? Everything's a game object. You know, and it's the same, it's like, it's technically right, but it's the way that it hits the palate is wrong, and that describes Unity all the way through for me. It might be technically like a reasonable solution, but it hits the palate wrong everywhere. Just no. What if no on this? If I told you no to what you're doing? I don't like that Unity, you know, when I interacted with it, there was just like a lot of stuff in Unity where you go into the user interface. The graphical user interface side of things. Not supposed to do this anymore. It does work, though. You go into the graphical user interface side of things. Oh, shit. And you have to, like, populate text fields in the GUI and then go back to the code where now you can reference the things that you populated in the GUI, and that just feels wrong to me. The code should be the master source, and when you're sending me to the GUI to put information, like, the GUI should be the convenience. I can put stuff into the GUI, and then I'll be able to access it in the code, but if I just put it here in the code, it'll show up in the GUI is how I expect it to work. And maybe it does work that way, but when I approached it, it didn't look like it worked that way. It didn't communicate to my sensibilities that it was gonna work that way anyway, and what I found was just ugly and hideous. The library structure, how deep you have to reach into files in order to... how many levels down you have to go to reach this stuff that's just like, this is normal stuff. This is the top level stuff that the dev will be touching all the time. And you want me to go something dot something dot something in order to get to it? The fuck? Unity is, I mean, I didn't spend much time with it because I got the smell that I should just leave. But my first impressions were that it's another one of these, like, projects where the developers didn't put a lot of thought into intuitiveness, and so the structures, like the good naming conventions, all got used up down at the core of the engine, and then by the time you get out to like a later point in the engine, you're, you know, stuck with a lot of mumbo jumbo, a lot of prefixes and suffixes and things that you just gotta like know what this means, where it could have just been like the naming conventions that I've established in my language. Sprite. You know? A sprite's a sprite. It's not an L sprite, it's not a sprite imple. The sprite that the developer touches is just sprite. And then the animated version of a sprite is called animated sprite. You know, and I just see so much... It seems like that happens a lot, where somebody goes to make a project, an API, a library, and they make a fair few of like the wrong choices up front, and they end up using up the intuitive language down at the base of the land, where a developer coming to it is just never going to interact. Like, you don't need to go down there, you're not going to go down there. So why are we using the good words that don't need a bunch of prefixes and suffixes and bullshit to them? Why are we using them down here? Okay, hey. If I can get through, I will happily take that. Happily. Yeah, baby. Should lose a little bit here. I think I got like a gold 4-7, or it was really good, whatever I got in PB, so I don't expect to match that 4-7 when I come in. If I can get out without losing too much, I'm happy. Nice sub 12. And into World 5. Medieval. 8 seconds ahead. That's what we want to see. Fuck. 5 seconds ahead, I said. Two seconds ahead. More like 3, I think. Not a lot to be won here. There is time to be lost. Certainly making this look hard. This is the... They're on the flat terrain. This is the least complicated that any of this is ever gonna be, and boy, can I not fucking hit one of them throughout the entire goddamn medieval. I think this should be faster than PB. Maybe? That's so bad I can't. No, it's not. Yeah, I had to do it again. Yeah, well, at least I came out ahead of PB. I'm losing a lot of it, because I didn't get this first try. That's a really bad 6-2. Like, put the effort in, slow it down, hit them good. Yes. Oh my god. Pull it back. But you do that once and it's like all the little time saves just go away all at once. This looks real nice. It's not as nice though. Okay, into sci-fi, 5 seconds behind. I froze up, I couldn't remember what 7-2 was, I just knew that I needed to do something different in it. Wonderful. And then this is so bad I have to like get on the outside. This is also not great. Yeah, it was a really good boost. All right. I don't even really know what to do with this start, but I'm hoping this works out. Got a weird miracle jump there. I can get hit by it. best I could do with all that. Really just became a don't die level. All skill, no luck. Man, I never get these days. All skill, no luck. The double fucking blow, too. Not only do I not get it, I get blown twice. And then it doesn't read my anything in this level. And read the reset coming in. Fucked me over on the first load. Second load didn't recognize that I pressed it. I did the fucking trick. This is what we practiced for, right here. Clearly a little bit better than it used to be, but... Yep. That one would have went, too. This one doesn't go. Not high enough. It was right on the verge, too. It was a trick. It was a lie. This one, too. That one goes, though. Wow. The hole is just lying to me constantly. And this is the hardest one to like get the wrist to work on. We're already 25 seconds behind just because of what? 7:10. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. There's one. Tried to force my way in a second time. My fucking PB is just too goddamn good. It gets all of these little asshole fucking tricks that there's nothing I can do about that. Like, that was just, it either works or it doesn't there. Oh, and then you don't blow me. Good. Fucking blow me. That's low. That'd be great. Wow. Just forced my way in there. I'm getting a bunch of them now. I've got, damn. I'm aiming higher in general. Oh, and that one was just like, what happened there? I don't know, just blower didn't give me the height I needed, the trucks were all in a weird position. Everything was fucked there. That's interesting. What if I did a you know, right strafe there? To keep the, stuff that I'm going to be shouldering into higher in my sight. It could help. Just being able to, like, it lets me measure where I am in reference to the trucks a lot more cleanly. Something like this happens. Hi. Yeah, lets me get a visual measurement. That could help. Still gonna miss some of them. Yeah. Okay, we've got a new plan for 710. Wow, that shouldn't have worked. Got lucky there. Yeah, that's a lot of consistency there for 710. So we right strafe into 710 from now on. I don't hate that. Saw a little jiggle in the hand there. There you go. That's just okay. I'd like to see a good one. Okay. Nope. Not a good one. An okay one. It's just okay. There you go. There's a monster. It's only 18 because I had to steer it so much by the time I got to the end of it. Again an 18. Wow. That one fired off like a, yeah, like a ram missile. So just how far on the outside can I get here? I mean, not that far. Kept falling off. Counting 1, one set of pillars, one set of pillars, two sets of pillars, and then before the third arrive is when we want to leave, actually. That's what I want. Standing this close to the edge, I guess I got a higher probability of just not getting anything out of it. But I also have a higher probability of getting a monster hit out of it. I hit nothing in the middle of the air. As you know, that can be deadly. Striking at high velocity, the air. There's a 17-3. Just wondering, like, what if it were a lot flatter? What if I aimed a lot flatter? Christ. Doesn't look super fast. Yeah, it was a sub 18. Holy. It's almost sub 17 that one. And then okay. I guess I'll do another run. I guess I'll do one. You demand it. I feel like I've got to do this then now. Because I lost the time on 1.5, so pick it back up on 1.6. Oh my god. Is the perfect, like, you're going too fast to go fast here. I didn't quite have the height that I needed to just stay up and lev it out, I don't think. I was very close. So I went for the landing, but I was going too fast, and the trucks weren't there to land it. The perfect little storm. Again, kind of behind, so I'm going to do the 1.6 to try and pick it up. I don't usually try for, but if we're in the red, I'll do it. Bad 1.8. I don't know why I even tried to hit it in the middle of the thing. And you did it again for 1.9. I don't know. If it didn't work for the last one, I don't know why you think it's going to work for the new one. So now I need something, some speed I didn't have, so I'll do this. And it's a reset. Awful. This is great. was something you reset, and it was something you reset the whole run on. Good God. Just miserable. There you go. That's a 1-9. And a spicy meatball. Shit. Shit. And now I'm gonna go for this. And now we reset. Not good. There you go. Wonderful. Need the 1-6 again, aren't I? Yep. God damn it. Can't get out of World 1. I mean, it's been a long day. I've been grinding for a while now, so. That's a nice 1-9. And I'm gonna do this. I feel like we could use it. Good. Oh. Tried to run right off the front of the truck there. God damn it. Why can't I do the second one any good? At least I got 210 first try. It's important. Tried for it anyway. Now that is an amazing launch. Unlicensed streamer. Am I nervous about ending up on the regime's list with a title like this? Yeah, I'm real. I'm a terrified. Like the rest of the goddamn media. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, guys. Grow some fucking balls. Say it. Say the words. It's the joke. It's what you're supposed to be telling right now. It's supposed to be what you're saying, too, just to, like, help people cope with the fact that this is the world we're living in. The hell's wrong with you? Put me on the hit list, what the fuck are they gonna do? Give me some kind of horrible wasting disease that leaves me bedridden and... Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't follow the stories that closely, but I'd almost like to see him send ICE to fucking Detroit and see what happens. Send your little Gestapo down my fucking home way. Plus, I'm a white man, so what are they gonna do, you know? That's the problem. Well, they've been killing white women, but I'm a man. And they won't be able to justify it, because it's not like I'm in the streets or anything like that. I'm in my fucking convalescence bed. Fucking... I tried for it when we already had green time. Fuck is wrong with me? I didn't need it. All I can do is lose, and it's not true. I could have picked up another 3 seconds. And almost did, honestly. We had a really good launch. Like this. What else did you say? The definition of terrorism is expanding month by month to now seemingly include anyone disagreeing with government leaders. Well, you know, if I gotta disagree with my gun, then I gotta disagree with my MAC-10. You can call it whatever you want, I guess. Fuck. You know, the first step in believing in, you know, your constitutional rights is fucking using them. You know, you have to use them. And if, like, they've managed to terrorize you and terrify you into not using your constitutional rights, then what good are your constitutional rights? And so, what I recommend is growing a fucking dick. Or a set of tits, ladies. A real set of knockers. I don't know how that works. I don't know why you're supposed to grow a dick to have more confidence, but I assume the feminine version of that is, hey, grow a fucking set of double Ds already. I thought you had a shotgun. Yeah, we got rid of the shotgun. It's actually a mental health time for me with the MECFS. It gives you some weird, like, brain chemical stuff, and it will hit you with death imagery. It might have also just been, you know, I was in such constant, incessant pain that your brain just starts suggesting solutions. I don't know. But one way or another, it was either the ME chemicals or just the Just this is what happened when you're in 24/7 pain. But, yeah, we had to evacuate the home of the, that particular weapon at that particular time. I did, however, come up with a good coping tool. That it's hard to talk about this stuff, especially for people who are actually dealing with it, because you start talking about it at all, and it's like there's a fixation on it. There's a like it feels scary to talk about it when you're already like trying to cope with it. But what I want to say quickly then, before it's overwhelming for anybody who might be listening, is that I came up with an excellent coping mechanism, and that was in the death imagery that involved my shotgun. I would just turn the image in my head of the shotgun into a big black floppy dick slapping me in the cheek and across the face and stuff like that. And then the imagery that my brain was feeding me of a shotgun in my face was no longer scary. Because it wasn't a shotgun, it was a big floppy dick slapping me in the chompers. And so it's a tip from me to you for surviving bad brain chemicals. Use your power of visualization to turn the thing that your brain is scaring you with into something else that is really hard to be afraid of. For me, that was a big black floppy dick. For you, it might be a pair of big old double D's that you need to grow, honey. Oh. Ooh. Can I make it? I can. I believe I can. Fuck. That was so close. I was right to believe. I was right to believe. Whoa. Okay. Good God. Well, there's our run to 8-7. 8-7's a tricky trick to pull off. Just usually you can pull out a backup, and nothing was there for me this time. Okay, all skill, no luck, and check this shit out. We're doing right strafe. Fuck. I did level a little bit too high. And I could see it too, because we were right strafing. Well, that's the run. Two uncooperative levels in, whoa! In sci-fi, and that's all of the time save we have there. I have the same coping mechanism for my phobia of needles. If I imagine them as big nails, they are not scary to me. There you go. Huh? And Bibette. I've never liked Macs. I'm more of a PC guy. Well, what are we talking about? Did I say something where that is like a silly twist on my words or something like that? I have always loved the idea, so we're bringing that kind of thing up, I've always loved the idea of Linux, and every time that I touch anything that's Linux, I go, oh, no. People are talking more and more positively about Linux as like a gaming environment, and that's all well and good, but as a like daily driver for creative professionals and people who rely on their computer to be able to do more than just, you know, get them on the internet and play a few games, boy, Linux. I know you've been working on this problem for the past like 30, 40 years, trying to come up with a distro that that can just do what Windows does out of the box, and I think I took my last trip to Linux Town in 2025, coming back like, surely they've resolved this now. Surely this is like, maybe it takes like a lot of setup and a lot of configuration, but eventually you can configure Linux to just like do it, to just be your PC the way that you want it to be. Surely you can in 2025. Wow, I made it just barely. And the lesson of that excursion was no. Now, of course, there's always might be another distro that if you would have tried this distro, but that's part of the problem with Linux, isn't it? Is that like there's 900 fucking flavors and variants, and there's 14 different versions of even the flavors and variants, and you know, somebody tells you, here's the distro you want, you get that distro, and you could end up with still not like what you need, because they didn't tell you that you need to use, you know, this desktop manager, you know, KDE, GNOME, you know, maybe, what's the new one, the X something, which is the only, like, responsive one. Not X, no, not X, X11 or X10. It's X11, right? That's the old fucking motherfucker that's still the staple in Linux world. It's 40 years old. X11's last major update was 40 fucking years ago, and it's the only desktop manager they've got that actually, like, does things right. But unfortunately, it, like, doesn't really handle 60 frames per second and high resolutions because it's 40 years old. I mean, it does, but not consistently, not like, you gotta futz with it, you gotta fuck with it, you gotta accept limitations, it's just a whole fucking mess. The closer you get to Linux. Wayland, I think that's it, Wayland is the desktop manager of choice that's actually, like, modern, and it can do, like, high frame rates with reasonable performance and stuff like that. But Wayland has, like, all of these fucking gaping holes in it. It doesn't remember window geometry. It decided that that's a security risk for your program to know where it was loaded last time it was loaded. That's a security risk. So every time you open a program, it's going to open, you know, wherever the fuck it wants to. Or you have to, like, use some, you know, incredibly Linux hyper-specific concepts of, like, well, you could use a tiling desktop manager that will always put applications into a certain little tile location that you, instead of just opening it where you left it. Jesus fucking Christ. It's been all of this time. Ubuntu, you know, back in the day was like, we've got it, we've nailed it down, we've figured out how to make Linux accessible to the Windows, to just human beings. It's not about making it acceptable to Windows users, to human beings, okay? Linux is not an acceptable environment to live in for anyone but fucking Linux devs. That's it. And it keeps, like, showing up and trying to say, we're ready now, and I keep finding out, no, you're not. No, you're not. So, I'm very happy that Steam is figuring out how to run, you know, Unity and Unreal and Godot on Linux faithfully. But, you know, when I try and get into my operating system to, like, change some settings of it, and because I'm navigating certain folders, it's asking me to provide my credentials 5-6 times in the same 30 seconds. The same credentials, by the way, the same credentials over and over and over again, asking, could you please type the same password that you just typed in again? Because you're accessing this directory, which is protected. Now you're accessing this subdirectory of the directory, which is also protected. Now you're accessing this file of the subdirectories that are protected, and so that's protected. And so I need the password that you just fucking typed again and again and again and again and again and again, because I'm fucking Linux. Wait, what do we got here? Linux has improved a lot, but you were right. I have a colleague insisting on using Linux and he keeps being late for meetings, sound cutting out, presentations not working, so much time used on technical issues. It's just, yeah, if you value your time. SteamOS plus Proton seems to be a good beachhead for Linux to be good at gaming and then expanding into office work. I mean, they just don't have, like, even a fucking desktop environment. You know what, I was shocked. Wow, look at that 4.6 opening. I was really shocked. My last little foray into Linux, it was on KDE Plasma running Wayland. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, do you guys have any, like, idea how nonsense this sound? What distro were you using? What flavor of the distro were you using? And what desktop manager were you using within the flavor of the distro that you were using? So that I can judge, you know, what's going on here. KDE, Plasma, Wayland, and Numlock did not remember where I left it when I restarted the PC. Welcome to 2025. Linux has not figured out that people, human beings, when they use their computers, want the computer. Wow, I golded. Want the computer to remember whether or not they like Numlock on or they like Numlock off. It didn't do it out of the box. It wouldn't do it out of the box. And I tried to, like, you know, hack it in, hack the feature in, add it so that it would work on Wayland and all that kind of stuff. And while I was doing it, I ran into, you know, that issue I was talking about, like just a million fucking security prompts just to access the files that I'm trying to access to, like, you know, fix what you guys haven't done in Linux that obviously everybody wants. Simple fucking features that these people haven't thought about. Or just don't care about, because when it comes down to it, they really don't. They really like that they've got this insular little, you know, club where most of their lives are spent in the terminal, and then the user interface is kind of there, you know, for fun. It's when I browse the web or something like that. Oh my god. And it shows, like, I tried, here's a story, I can't believe I didn't tell this live stream. Just the other day, I got Lady Pawn into her new, into her desktop PC. It had broken down last year. I, you know, used to be a computer repair tech, so I got into it, and I looked at it, I tried all the different things, and I eventually determined this has got to be a motherboard issue. You know, I tried running it on one stick of RAM, and then the other stick of RAM, and all this different stuff, and I was like, okay. And it kept getting worse, too. That was another good sign, was that the symptoms kept getting worse the longer that I was working with it. It was deteriorating. So I decided this is motherboard issue. It was probably like, you know, the MOSFETs for the CPU going or something like that. But I determined it's just the motherboard, and for her birthday, I got a new motherboard, and I went out of my way. Well, I saw that there was a motherboard for, you know, we're using older hardware here. It's for her system, it's a AMD Ryzen 5 AM4. It's an AM4 chip. So I was looking at AM4 boards, you know, in an era that's like, AM4, what are you talking about? Okay, I need this ends or we reset. Thank you. And I saw that there was this on eBay, which is where I'm ordering pretty much everything these days. Because I won't do business with Jeff Bezos. I'm not going to order from Amazon unless I absolutely have to. And eBay has everything that Amazon has. So I saw on eBay this Chinese motherboard manufacturer, like a bunch of different sources were selling this motherboard, and I was just really interested. I was like, oh, that's so cool. It was only like $5 or $10 cheaper than any of your usual brands, but I was like, oh, that's so interesting to me. I want to know if these are good brands. I want to know if it's a good motherboard, so I ordered that, and I feel like it's I wouldn't know, Zhaozhou or something like that, Zhu the name of the thing when it loads up. But it's really cool, just seeing that name, you know, not seeing Asus or Gigabyte or something like that, but seeing something just completely unfamiliar. And it's fine, it's a fine motherboard. I would complain that it only has one fan header on the... Right, pay attention. There you go. It only has one fan header. Nice. One desktop, you know, or no, one case fan header. It's got the fan header for the CPU, and then it's got one case fan header for the entire rig, which is actually not that big of a deal, you know? Most desktop PCs will have an intake fan up front and a you know, blower fan to blow out from where the CPU is. But, like, is it necessary, especially in this era? Because your power supply also has a fan in it, and the power supplies are now, like, pushing out the bottom of the PCs and stuff like that in a lot of cases. Like, the power supply fan is functional for more than just the power supply at this point. So, I'm okay with it only having one fan header. I would prefer if it had two, but there was that, and then the only other thing was that, you know, it's supposed to come with a watch battery installed for the CMOS, for the BIOS, and it didn't come with that watch battery. So I took the battery from the old motherboard and just put it in there, but we also have, you know, watch batteries lying around here. I presume that's a shipping from China thing, or just a shipping thing in general, that didn't want to have to declare that there was a battery on it. Something like that. But yeah, other than that, just a perfectly fine motherboard. So where was I going with this story? I, you know, put her into this, I made this computer, and I just put her into it finally fully yesterday, the day before, I guess, 2 days ago? I don't know. I got her into the computer, she'd been running on a laptop that I'd given her. And one of the things, the last little, ooh, really? One of the last minute little things that I had told her about Claudebot. Is that what it's called? OpenClaw. I had told her about this because she, you know, uses ChatGPT a lot, and she had just like let her subscription lapse because she didn't have the money for it, kind of a thing. Come on! You're ruining my fucking run, man! God damn it. All that green time lost to fucking 6 flames. It's a likely level to do this to you, I'll tell you that. 6 So I told her about, like, OpenClaw, because I'd been hearing about it. The idea of running your own local AI assistant. And since she is getting back into a desktop PC that has a, you know, pretty decent GPU, I mean, what do you want? Nobody's buying GPUs now. They cost ridiculous amounts of money. She's running on my old NVIDIA GTX 960. It's a powerful GPU. And I presume that any local AI assistant would be running on, you know, your GPU power. That's just my assumption. So I'm like, probably run that. Do you want to give it a try? Let's have some fun. You know, I wouldn't put it on my machine. Because I'm not going to have a AI assistant that has access to my whole PC, and you know, I got too much riding on this PC. There's no way that I'm letting that way of security credentials and stuff, but more so just I've got the configuration I want. I don't need an AI fucking something up. But you know, her computing experience is a little bit less, oh my god, my life depends on it. So, you know, I figured we could give it a try, and I'd give it a try through her and that kind of thing. She's like, yeah, let's do it. I tried to install OpenClaw on her machine, and if you go to openclaw.ai right now, you'll see on the front page of their site, it's like bragging. Oh, what am I doing? They are bragging. Someone is bragging about one command. Just type it into the console, type it into PowerShell, or type it in, here, there, or the other place, and it works everywhere, and it just installs everything that you need, and then it literally says, "You're welcome." And do you think it worked? You think I'd be telling the story if it had worked? Holy shit. So number one, they lead with a PowerShell command for Windows. And here's something that you guys could have known, but you're a bunch of fucking Linux heads, so you don't think about it and you don't care, and you're like, well, it's up to you. You should have that. If you don't know how to do that, then you shouldn't be running this anyway. Like, it's just a bunch of fucking neckbeard, read the fucking manual guys sitting around in their basements and their Linux fucking shit. So it's a PowerShell command, and here's the thing: you can't run the kind of scripts that this PowerShell command runs on PowerShell unless you've given it a certain permission to do so beforehand. This is an entirely foreseeable thing that 99% of the audience for something like this is going to run into, and only the tech-centric people who have worked with PowerShell before are going to recognize that's the issue. So if you try to install OpenClaw on a perfectly brand new, fresh Windows 10 machine, you will not be able to do it because you'll need a PowerShell command to authorize the use of the scripts that it's trying to run. And you'll have to know enough about computing to know that that's what you need and go looking for a solution and get it and release it. That's the number one thing. Then I put that in because I did know, and I've had that issue before on other machines where you're trying to run a PowerShell script. Hang on. All skill, no luck. Too low. Fuck. All skill, no luck. Got it the second try, anyway. So I release it so that PowerShell can do the thing, and then it just fails on its own recognizance, basically. Then it just dies because it dies. Perfect. Because the script doesn't work. And so I'm looking for solutions. I'm reading into what are the usual problems on Windows? How do we do this? And in the process, it's a new computer, and so she's using Lady Pawns. She's set up to use Google, and Google's AI that it answers questions. When you search now, it answers a question for you. What the fuck? The truck in front of us hit us and fucked up my second attempt. God damn it. Google's AI is like, oh, okay, yeah, their documentation actually says this shit doesn't really work on Windows, and the best solution is just to run the Windows or the Linux for Windows subsystem so that you can, execute these commands on Linux. But, within a Windows environment. It's basically like Wine, but in reverse for running Linux, a command line interface for Linux on Windows. So I'm like, yeah, okay, fuck that. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna take my fiance's little computer that we were just gonna throw this AI on. I'm gonna install fucking a Linux distro onto it using the subs. I don't even have that shit on my computer. And I work in Python and stuff where it would be helpful to have access to a Linux environment like that to script and see how things are going to work in, cross-platform and whatnot. Whoa! God fucking damn this fucking level. So yeah, OpenClaw.ai, it just stank of Linux, the whole thing. It's like, yeah, we haven't considered how it should be installed, what your usual problems are going to be while installing it. We just made it, and we barely did that, honestly. And now, figure it out. It's between you and your God. But it was really a you know, insult to injury kind of thing that they... Fuck you! I'm trying to do like a new method that's supposed to be, you know, get me a little bit easier. That isn't really the hit we want anyway. That isn't it. That isn't it. Where is it? We practiced this for a while and it wasn't that hard to get. I guess. Well, there was a decent raw, it was already fucking lost anyway. It's a shit. Insult to injury that they had put on the webpage, you know. One command installs everything. You're welcome. Welcome for what? Welcome for your fucking Linux fucking Hiveman. Just, God, I hate that. I hate that. I hate people who design systems with no awareness for, like, how people interact with systems. They just don't care. Not thinking about it, not interested in it. It's like, I'm making the system, and when it's done, it will work, and the way that you'll make it work is that you'll type in the command on a command line with a slash and a hyphen, and then you put in an ampersand, and then use quotation marks, open and closed, and $, hashtag, at, exclamation point, asterisk, asterisk. This is just how it works. And it works. And if you don't know how to use it, it's your fault because you didn't read the fucking manual that I, a person who has no sensibility for how other people understand things, I wrote that manual. So the guy who wrote the software that's incredibly unintuitive and you need a manual in order to understand, guess who wrote the manual? I did. Good luck understanding the manual. Amazingly fast on that last level. Yeah, that was a clean 910. Just one hit, boom, up and in. It was very nice. Oh, Kenneth is here. Linux is only free if your time has no value, said Kenneth some time ago. It's true. Unless you said, I'm seeing more and more nice tech coming out of China. After the Snowden revelations, I am equally nervous about backdoors in products from US and China. Shipping of batteries from China has become really complicated. Knowing what an 18650 battery is will save a lot of money. I do. The problem with Linux guides is that they often leave out obvious steps. Yeah, they're obvious to, you know, software design engineers. I don't even want to say designers. Designers would make something that's designed for someone to use it. An engineer just kind of shoves the fucking spanner in there and makes the goddamn thing work. Whenever I make PowerShell scripts, I include that command in scripts so they can run. That would be a good idea, huh? The office tools from Proton, the email guys, are becoming really good. I strongly recommend trying out Proton rather than LibreOffice. Oh, I mean, I think I've used Libre. I've used OpenOffice in the past. But I don't use any Office anymore. It's all been, you know, Google Docs and Google Sheets for a while now. I just set up a complicated and convoluted, like, rerouting system so that Google doesn't know my real IP. But so another thing that I should, you know, pass along is that on the Discord server, after I told this story, or some smaller version of this story, Noah showed up to offer that he had just seen a thread where, on Reddit, where a fella had been going through the OpenClaw code and found a command for the AI hidden in some debug shit that tries to sneak out, you know, private information to a certain IP address, to a certain, to basically steal shit off of your computer. Your, like, private banking, you know, identifying and that kind of a thing. Someone had snuck some of that into the code of of this public project is the claim that Noah had made based on what he saw on Reddit. And I believe it, because I swear that, like, I think I heard that OpenClaw was actually like a vibe-coded thing in the first place or something. Like it was one AI making another AI system, or I don't know. Maybe I'm confusing different stories that I've heard recently together. But I would believe that there's like no good voir diring, no good review of contributions to the code being done by human beings. There's just a certain number of people who are trusted in the community that submits, and if those people decide to, you know, slip some shit in there, there's not really a council of elders that are making sure that there's not going to be. I can believe that in this era. And also just as frighteningly, like, as much of a security risk as OpenClaw already is. Like, we were going into it, I was going into it with eyes wide when it comes to the idea of the AI having access to your whole machine, and apparently even, like, getting to communicate with other AIs via an AI social media network, ostensibly. I'm aware of all of this, and that's why I was like, we could try it on your machine if you're comfortable with it. I would never let it on my machine directly, you know. But Lady Palm was like, yeah, I'm interested. And she doesn't have, you know, as much to lose in her computing life as I would. But yeah, so OpenClaw is, it's a risk. The best way probably to run OpenClaw, if you want to have an OpenClaw assistant, is to not actually have it on your machine, to run it on like a server somewhere, and then it can also be always on, which I heard another complaint of users is because it's run locally, you know, it goes offline when your computer's off, you know, it's not there. And apparently, like, you communicate to it via social media or something? That sounds fucked up to me. I wouldn't want to do that. But whatever. I was interested in it, and what I found out is that the people developing it are, you know, as you would expect. They're Linux bros who think that they've solved everything for you by giving you one clean command that'll just run, and then it doesn't, and then you fix, you know, the first error, and then you've got NPM errors that you can't fix because that's not your problem. That's their problem. It's not a path issue. That was one of the things online. They said, well, a lot of people have problems with like path, that once you get these programs installed, they haven't been added to the environment variables for, you know, for correct pathing. That's a problem that a lot of people have. And so I ran, you know, where NPM, and it's like, yeah, no, I know where NPM is. It's right here. What are you talking to me about where NPM? I know. The paths were fine. It was just the shit don't work. A little bit late. I can't exactly control where we go through the bars. Fuck. I saw that coming, and there's like nothing you can do at that point. It's up to the game. Proton docks and proton sheets are for you then? It is so profitable for criminal actors to sneak back doors into open source projects. It has happened before. You hear about the Notepad++ thing that they just, you know, found? Or they found in December, and then they don't tell anybody until fucking February, rather. Notepad++. Apparently, it snuck some, I think it's Chinese government hackers. So it was state hackers, state-sponsored hackers. I believe it was Chinese state hackers. Had managed to get some code into Notepad++, Or no, it wasn't that they got code into Notepad++, it was that they took over their like, servers. They got some amount of control of their update servers, and they were able to redirect the update downloads for just certain targets that the government had that they wanted to get, you know, on the inside of get information, get access. Shit. More try. But yeah, so Notepad++ was breached, and in theory, it's possible that, you know, if you've got an older version of Notepad+, if you've got a version you haven't updated in the last month or two, then it's possible it could be a, you know, version that's got some malicious code in there. In reality, it certainly sounded like everybody was saying that it was such a targeted attack that they only really made sure that the IP addresses of the people that they wanted to hit were had their downloads rerouted so that the updater pulled down a different updater and installed the malicious code for those people, which is what made it so hard to find, I'm sure, as well. But I've been, you know, I've been consuming some tech news lately. Ugh. God damn it. On that front, you know, if I hadn't... I didn't realize today was Thursday until it was almost Friday. Which is why this live stream is going when it's going. If I weren't doing this, I'd be working on my game that I've started making in Raylib and C++. And the current status of that is I've got animated sprites online. And a decent engine underneath it, you know, it'll continue to grow as it needs to grow. But we've got an input handler and an asset manager and I don't know, like 4 or 5 different little disambiguated services that yeah, it doesn't make it. And I've got like a scene class that's started to be built, and you know, I'm starting to build out the classes. It's shocking how many, you know, after 5 days of work, what's amazing is like to have all of these different files, to have so many files. It feels like you're really making an intense amount of progress, but it's just because you're working in C++, and so, you know, you've got header files separate from the CPP files that actually hold the code. And, so, you know, if you've got, like, 12 distinct classes that are holding files, then you've got 24 files. I think I'm probably up to 30 at this point. Probably got, like, 15 different classes going. Will Patreon backers get early access to some license streaming? Yeah, sure, I don't know. I haven't thought about it, but that's an idea. It's a chess game, is what I'm planning to go with it. It'll be a little 2D, top-down Pokemon-styled thing in the style of Chess Texas. It's definitely inspired by Chess Texas here. That doesn't make it. I need to stop going for the 1-6 unless I need it to pick up time. But yeah, so it's going to have an overworld where your character, you know, moves through it in the top-down style. And the interactions with characters and objects will be Pokemon style. You'll find consumable objects in the overworld and things like that. I've got very specific ideas for the theme and for storytelling within this environment. And then importantly, you know, the real meat and potatoes of the game you know, playing chess, and that'll be the place where I get to unfurl my concepts of how chess should be presented to the playing masses, because I believe chess is a elitist sport, as I have said many a time, and it prioritizes, it makes content and activities and gears them toward it makes these activities for and gears it toward the like 1,000 rated players and above. It's almost as though they're trying to impress each other. Because the people who are managing the sport, the people who put their lives behind the sport, these players are like, you know, 1,800 to 2,200 elo rating, probably, as an average. Can I get... no, it's gotta be fast. Not too fast. Let me out. Fuck. Reset. But so they have come to decide, very much against the statistics, that the middle of chess, the average player of chess is, you know, probably like 1,000 elo is how it feels like most of the activities are geared toward, when in fact the actual middle of chess is 600 elo, significantly lower, and 1,000 elo is has put you in the top 10 or 12% of chess players in the world. And that sounds insane to the people who grew up playing chess and were in chess club and have decided to dedicate their fucking lives to chess. It sounds like crazy. Like, you kidding me? That's... that can't be right. No, it can be and is correct. 1,000 elo is already in the top 10 or 12% of all players. You know, outside of your fucking FIDEs and your little clubs and whatnot. I'm talking about in the real world. And so that will be my, you know, my love letter to the actual chess players of the world, is to acknowledge them where they are and not expect them to play in the top 10% of players, you know, worldwide, which is what most of the... You go to chess.com and look at the bots that they put up every month. They'll give you 5 bots to play every month, 5 new AI bots to play as just a little promotion, just a little, hey, fun thing we can do every month. Have a new lineup of bots. One bot will be like 400 rated. Another bot will be rated 800. Then the next bot is 1,200, and then the next is 16 to 1,800, and the next one's like 2,800 or something like that. There are literally 3 bots that are for the top 10% of players in the world, and 2 that are for the bottom 90%. That says everything about the priorities of the chessboard. So, yeah. I want to make an experience of chess that isn't intimidating and that that isn't snobbish and expect you to be on a level that you're certainly not. You're not on that level. What are the odds that you're on that level? You know? That you can name every fucking position in chess, and, you know, every opening, or, you know, this is about the level that chess is designed for by the people, by the controllers of the sport. Horsey versus Knight. Oh wait, plus most people don't know what their elo ranking is. That's true. I'm using, when I say that when I use these statistics, I'm saying I'm going off of chess.com's own publicly available data, where they say that the average player is 600 elo, and they actually show you like a graph that you can look at, mouse over, and see, you know, how many million players have an account out of the 65 million players that have a chess.com account, you can look at that and see how many million players have an account that's 600 or 800 or 1,000 or 1,200 or whatever. Fucking stop it. Just give me a regular jump, please. And according to them, the middle of chess is 600. And I'm happy to trust a user base of 65 million. Even acknowledging not all of those users will be active. Many of those users will have created an account, played 3 games, and then never played again. That's the nature of the beast. If you want to skew the data because of that, to try and recover it, I will happily grant you 100 ELO points. Okay, the middle of chess is 700 ELO. It's still way less than the way that the chess community treats it, and it's just elitism. And I don't think that it's intentional. I don't think that it is with ill will or malice. I think it is out of just snobbish kind of, they don't know. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're expecting of people. Woo! That was close. I think they've got ideas, and their ideas are wrong, and that's it. I think some of them probably know the truth, but they think that the best way to go about managing the sport of chess is not to, provide activities for people so that they'll stick with the sport when they're at the low ranking, and then eventually they'll get to the good ranking. They basically demand that you get good, and then you get to have something to do in the game of chess. Fuck me with this 410 bullshit. So basically, the sport of chess has the same mentality as PUBG players. Get good, scrub. You don't like that when you press one of the buttons, you just automatically jump out of the fucking car? You think that's a user interface issue? You think that's a design flaw? You think that's no, just get fucking good, buddy. This is how it works for us. Those of us who are fucking addicted to it and still playing this shitty-ass game 10 years after it was relevant. I came back to PUBG, not too long ago. Played a little bit of it. It's fun, right? Until you get properly ranked. Until the game forces you to play in its incredibly toxic environment full of players who are genuinely addicted to the game and have not stopped playing it all of this fucking time. It's good. It's it's the game of hide and seek with shooting that you remember it to be. Unfortunately, at some point, the game forces you to start playing with the sycophants. And if you're not a CS:GO addict, if you're not a Twitch gamer exclusively, if you're not going to have a good time, and you're going to be surrounded by people who absolutely, won't listen to any kind of a reason about their game. Acknowledging that anyone signing up for a chess website are likely above the true average. It could break the other way, that, if you sign up to just.com. They've got such a huge user base, though, and, so many people were brought to it by things like, by the popularity of Magnus Carlsen, I guess, and by Queen's Gambit Netflix show. I think it's just a fair average. I think their numbers are correct. I think they got 65 million accounts, and I think also if somebody comes to chess and they play 5 games and they get their account ranked, and then they shut down the app and never come back, I think that's representative of their elo. Their elo hasn't changed since they left, and I think if your environment were more inviting to the lower ranked player, then they would stick around. So it would almost be like if you want to dismiss some of that statistic, some of those numbers, and say, I think it's higher than that, even though the numbers say what they do. It's almost like you created the environment that drives certain players away, and now you also don't want to count them after they've left. Like, fuck you, buddy. That is elitism through and through. But again, a game with chess mechanics will likely not interest people who don't have an account at chess.com. Yeah, well, you know, I think it's good to target small audiences. This will be my first game, incidentally, and if I have the steam and wherewithal to actually finish this game, then I will have built some chops in the Raylib library doing this simple, small game, and I'll be able to, you know, consider tackling one of my other ideas for the Raylib environment. But I think it's actually a good idea. It's a good thing to target a smaller audience. People trying to make a game that everybody's going to want to play, you know, if you're not a AAA game studio, that's probably not going to work out for you. You don't already have an audience that gives a shit. And when you make a game that you think is, you know, generic enough that everybody can enjoy it, then probably no one's going to enjoy it that much. If you target a very specific audience, then you have a higher likelihood that that audience will actually find out your fucking game exists at all. First off. And two, you know, you'll be serving that audience. Good. Not good. 9-second clear. I could have run it in. You know, you can make a more passionate user base there, and find footing. You know, the way that my YouTube channel got any footing in the first place, I started out playing Minecraft, of all fucking things. So there was a fair bit of competition, I would think, in the market even back then. Started out playing Minecraft, but it was KSP actually was the first thing, but it was also Minecraft. When my channel started to actually, you know, get some traction and people started finding it and watching it and sticking around, it was because I stopped playing Minecraft and started playing Minecraft is Too Easy, the mod for Minecraft that makes Minecraft incredibly difficult. And because I was playing Kerbal Space Program and I was making comedy content out of the fucking space simulator. Silly, fun, you know, wild, childlike energy out of the environment that's about Delta V and orbital mechanics. I was serving these very niche little corners of the internet. And so, you know, people found me because they were looking for someone to serve their interests in that space, and there I was. So it's a good way to get started in something where you need an audience for it, is to target a small audience. If you were to try and start being a Twitch streamer today, and you're planning on doing that by, you know, being the Fortnite guy, being a Fortnite guy, you want to be the gamer for Fortnite, I'm sorry, but we've already got, like, several of those. I don't know them, I don't give a shit about Fortnite. But there's already several of them who are at the fucking top of the world, who get all of the audience in the first place, and then in addition to that, there are 10,000 fucking pretender wannabes who are vying for the scraps that are left over after the major voices, the major, you know, players in that space have already got it all. Same thing with Minecraft. People have already carved out the space for that. Look for an underserved community and then serve that community. Do something that nobody's doing for that community, and that's how you build something that requires an audience. Okay? I don't want my advice to be confused for things that don't require an audience. talking in the realm of entertainment and, you know, that kind of a thing. If you're trying to find your audience, go small, go specific. Gotta stop doing that when I don't need it. Vent time. I was recommended for promotions as unlicensed streamer, but someone else got the job. Someone with decades of experience of being bad at their job. They won on having a long CV of doing stuff, but people knowing the person and me know that I do better even though I have less experience. Bring back the barn, says unlicensed streamer. Arrived because of a skit, stayed for a decade before of the smart brain, philosophy, politics, and IT knowledge. Hey, thank you. Sorry to hear about your, you know, some jackass got promoted over here. Don't worry, they'll fuck it up in a couple of months and then it'll be open again. Oh. But yeah, targeting a small audience is way better. So there's a lot of little chess games out there, obviously, but if they were doing it right, you know, I think I'm going to be bringing something unique and something special to that environment, to that community. And with my Pokemon-style overworld, it's not just going to be a cute little overworld to, you know, facilitate. I'm gonna tell a story with it, and I'm going to make a, like, modern-day social commentary of it, even, is what I have in mind. I mean, I haven't written out the notes, and I've just got a general sense in my head of what vibe I want, and I've got a couple of solid ideas, I think. And just knowing that I'm already, like, in the right headspace about that I'm not just gonna make an overworld and then try and tack on some, you know, talking characters to it. But no, the overworld is going to be a story. It's going to be an experience. It needs to be worthy of existing itself, with or without a chess game attached to it, you know? And the chess game also should meet that description. Wow. Just barely missed that tree there. There we go. First try. But it's what we need. But before we close this live stream down, which needs to be soon, we've been here for 5 hours now, and I think our last break was about the 2.5 hour mark, so I guess it's fair enough. But I would need to take a break if I were sticking around. Fuck, and I'm not sticking around. We've been here for a while, and that's enough for me. It's getting really fast at the end there. Yeah, that'll do. I'll tell you what, though. I will bring you over here into the world of the real. Let me just get my porn off the screen. Where is it? Over into the world of the real. There's the real desktop. We can drop that away. Honestly, why do we have a... Oh, because usually there would be me. I would be in the webcam down here. That's why that's there. Okay. Here's the build for the game. And here's where we are. Just proving that the animated sprites work. So, we got animated sprites tied to your character movement. It's tied to WASD. We switch from a static animation or a idle animation to a running animation. And just so you, like, none of these graphics will be in the thing. This is leftover graphics from a course I took a while ago in Raylib. And it actually was in Unreal, but it started out with Raylib in order to just warm me up to C++ concepts and stuff like that. And so they first introduced you to C++ using the Raylib library, and I was so enamored with the Raylib library that I almost didn't bother with the Unreal part of the course. I was almost like, no, I'll just stay here and enjoy this. And so now I'm back. And you know, you can see what we've got is not just the animated sprites, but we've also got it's just one big background image, the map at this point, but we have the math at least working out for like a camera, where the camera follows you, it keeps you at the center of the screen so long as there's enough terrain to move around you. And then when the terrain hits the edge of the window, it stops moving and lets the character, you know, the character continues moving instead of the background. So we got all that in there, but it's all temporary placeholder code. The next step will be to wrap this animated sprite thing into a character class or an actor class. I'm always struggling to decide what the language should be, because it really matters to me what the naming conventions are and what the language that's used is. And actor is more generic, which is good, because you're going to use, like, you're going to have a bunch of different types of actors, but it sounds a little bit too generic. And then character, I prefer character, I prefer each differently is basically the thing. And so I'll probably go with character as the base class for deriving extra characters. Request, can we watch your 500th video on stream before it ends? Adding triggers and events really inspire creativity, so good to have a foundation to build on. Yeah, and we've already got, like, the foundation for that laid out. The plan that I've made, in fact... hang on, I don't know what I'm about to bring up here, so you go away, just in case there's, like, something that's... Okay, no, you can come back, I think. Penis. These are just some of the, like, little layouts that I came up with for, some little structures that I, came up with for how to organize this stuff. Trying to think of it in object-oriented programming. And this stuff has been done so many times, it could basically be codified into law, but I like to start from scratch and think critically about what's really needed and what do I actually need. So this is basically what we've got right now. We did the sprite and the animated sprite, rotation, scale, and tint. There's actually more. We gave it a flip X, flip Y. We gave it an anchor point to define where the rotation would spin and stuff like that. So we've got more in sprite than I planned out here, but animated sprite is pretty close to what it is. You declare how many rows and columns are in your sprite sheet, and then without having to say how many pixels it is, it, does the math for you. You determine what the beginning frame of your animation is, what the end frame, and what direction it should be. And the way that we work this out is when you... I put it in there so that if you pass a higher value for your begin than your end, then the code automatically, like, makes that work. The actual beginning has to be lower than the ending just for the sake of, like, doing convenient clamping on certain numbers. But if you put in a lower, if the end is negative and the begin is positive or something, well, it wouldn't be negative, but if it's lower than the da-da-da-da-da, then we flip the direction for you and we set the current frame to the one that you declared in the beginning. Even though we set begin to end and end to begin. So there's a little bit of management there. Speed just did turn into frames per second. The cycles, we've got all these cycles for our animated character. Loops continuously, stop just plays once and stops at the end, return goes to the end and then bounces back, and then ping pong bounces back and forth, from your first frame to your last frame to your first frame, forever. But these are the ideas for when we get to, like, the map. And really down here is the thing where I realized that a prop should be derived from a trigger. A trigger would trigger events. It would trigger, it's a trigger. But a trigger has a location, an offset, it has a size, and it has a trigger map. The map will be like, to declare, because we're going to be working on a Pokemon-style grid and tiles, and movement is going to be locked to those tiles. So you're going to be able to make, like, triggers that are of a total size of, let's say, 4x3, but only certain squares within that 4x3 are a trigger, right? So it's got outer dimensions, but it's got certain squares. So I realized that because a prop will contain triggers, will be able to contain trigger, then a prop should be derived from trigger, and it gets all that stuff, and then all you need to host is like the animated sprite and the hit map for the prop, and boom, you've derived a prop from a trigger. I'm sure there will be more to it than that, but that's a pretty solid, like, starting place. And then your tile will be just integers to say which tile you're on, 0001, and then you'll have a terrain declaration of whether it's grass or path of water, and that'll be information that can be queried to find out, like, which particle effect we might want to use for the character walking, or whether the character's animation should change to swimming, that kind of a thing. But that's the little, layout that I came up with just for our first game stuff after we did a whole bunch of engine work. And this is where we are right now. All the graphics are from an old project. From a course that I took. So it was provided to me. This character was provided to me. This world was whipped up in one of those little 2D sprite tile-based editor things that they were like, hey, these exist to help you. I don't think I'll need that. Also, when you hit tab, you go to the chess scene. And if we look in the background here, actually, you'll see that in the main scene, we loaded 3 textures, ID3, ID4, and ID5, loaded up. And when we left that scene and went to the next one, it automatically unloaded all of those textures and was able to load the image of chess.com, which is all this is, into ID3. And when we go back, that's interesting. That's never happened before. I'm locked up. Let's close that down and see if that's a problem. Chess, and then go back. Yeah, no. I don't know what that was about. I did walk around for a very long time here. Will there be a ninja/Japanese theme? I guess we could have like a section of it, but that won't be the overall theme. But yeah, every time that we switch back and forth between scenes, all of the assets of that scene get unloaded, so that we have no memory leaks. Even though we just saw the program crash. Oh, and it did it again. It might be something with, like, going between these two windows. That's odd. Oh, yeah, then I pressed Control-C while I was in this window, and it released it. So it is something about, like, popping between these two windows that's doing it. So if I go in here, and then I come back and I hit tab, it doesn't do it, but if I come back here and Control-C, then it releases it and we keep going. And I don't see like an error being kicked out in here when that happens. So again, come in here, hit tab. No. Select something, hit tab. It doesn't do anything. Control-C. Okay, so maybe highlighting just stops execution in this Raylib console. Maybe that's an intended feature, that when you highlight something, you don't want it to continue like moving, and so that it fucks with your area that you're trying to highlight. So maybe that's the deal. Yeah. Okay, I didn't have to hit Control-C even. Like, if I've got a highlight, and I go over here and I try and hit tab, nothing happens. But if I come back here and hit tab, then it releases. Interesting. Also, escape closes. Closes things down for us. That's where we are on the game development as of today. Thank you for joining me. The President's a Rapist. I am the Ronin Pawn. And I hope you'll join me back here on a Thursday or a Sunday in our future. Or honestly, on the days surrounding that as well, because my sleep schedule is so upside down, I don't even know what day is what day. It's Friday right now. We started this live stream probably 12 minutes before Thursday ended. But you know, look for me. Come find me, baby. On pawnlive.roninpawn.com, in fact, if you want to check out the VODs. I'm done live streaming to YouTube. It's too much hassle. There's 4 people watching at any given time on YouTube, maximum. They can just migrate over to Twitch. It's so much annoyance, and it has been such a pleasure to just stream to Twitch today. When we went to our live stream break, I clicked 3-minute ad, typed, into our pause screen, and walked away, as opposed to spending 2 minutes sitting here micromanaging all of the YouTube bullshit. It's so nice. So yeah, I'm done with YouTube again. I come back, it reminds me why I left, I leave again. 11 a.m. here, says I was a licensed streamer, thanks for the stream. You are welcome. You're welcome. One command, it all just works. RoninPawn.com. See you at the next stream, Pawn. Out.